college map where things stand right now as far as the projections we've already done.
Right. Okay. So just looking at this map, before I walk over to this map here, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, blue.
Right.
That would be something. If in a few hours, when we're a few more espressos in, that would be something. But again, please bear with us and bear with these election officials because they're all doing their job. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans, large counties, small counties, these are amazing people. And so they're counting. They have mail-in votes. They have in-person early voting. They have election day turnout. Turnout is up everywhere. So these volunteers, they're always stressed. And guess what? This year, with more people voting, which is a good thing, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, the work is hard. So some of this votes, I'm sure that's early vote. Democrats tended to vote early. We'll watch what happens. Maybe we'll have some surprises. Fine. That's good, too. But what you're seeing right here is preliminary. I just want to come over here right now to just look at this map because the idea is to get to 270. And again, we're waiting on Florida to finish. We're waiting for more Election Day votes in North Carolina. This is what we know. What we know so far, on the way to 270, Donald Trump has 42, Joe Biden has 30, which tells us what? We have a long way to go. Nothing on this map so far. There are surprises over here, right? We don't know if they're going to hold. As I said, some of these states are reporting early, so you have red states that are blue states. This is not a surprise so far. This map is filling in as we expected. The challenge for Joe Biden is to flip, right? This is the president's map 4 years ago. Joe Biden would love to flip this, and this. If he flips two of those three and holds the Clinton states, he's the next president of the United States, and he's competitive. Joe Biden is in a whole lot of other places, including Arizona, maybe in Texas. We're going to watch. So I just come back over here. And again, this map looks, if you're a Democrat, you're celebrating this map because you're leading in Texas, you're leading in Kansas, you're leading in Missouri, you're leading in Ohio. Those words have not been spoken in a very long time on a presidential election night. And just be patient at home, though. They're unlikely to. It's unlikely to stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're up to about 60% of the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it? Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map fill in, you have Joe Biden ahead by 216,000 votes in a giant state like Texas. And so you're looking at the map. Again, I just want to go back in time. Most of this is going to fill in red. Most of them are small counties, but it just adds up after a while. So the challenge for the Democrats is where you see the dots, where you see major urban areas, Democrats have to run it up. In the cities, the suburbs around them, a lot of growing suburbs in Texas. You look at Dallas, again, Democrats flipped a House seat here 2 years ago. They hope to build. They think they can even pick up more House seats here, down in the Austin area as well. 66% for Joe Biden right now. You go back in time, 61% for Secretary Clinton. That's where people live. That's what you want to do. Expand what the last Democrat did and grow. So that's so far a building block there. Let's come back to 2020. Move down. The largest county in the state is right here. It's the size of Rhode Island. It would be the 25th largest state if it were a state by itself. Harris County, Houston, and the sprawling suburbs. More than 16% of the vote comes right here, right? There's been a lot of voting here. We know turnout was off the charts here. 789,000 votes for 56% in Harris County, Texas. You go back in time, 707,000 votes, 54%. So turnout is up. Joe Biden's percentage is up. Again, you're nowhere near the finish line in Texas, but those are the building blocks to be competitive and to maybe win. Democrats think there's a House seat down here. They could flip as well. So then you come down here, you come to the other major urban areas, San Antonio. The Latino vote matters here. You're in the city. Then you go to the suburbs, 59% for Joe Biden. This time, you go back in time, 54%, 55% if you round it up for Secretary Clinton. For me, the vote totals matter because turnout is up, 319,000 then. Come up to now, Joe Biden already approaching 400,000 votes. Turnout is up everywhere, which is a great thing. No matter who wins tonight, turnout is up, which is a great thing, and we hope that continues. You come down here, this is where Beto O'Rourke and others in Texas told the Democrats, you want to win the state? Yes, you have to be competitive in Dallas and Houston. Please come down here, try to turn out votes here. Let's see, Joe Biden here is the 19th largest county, Webb County, 59%. Go back in time. 74%. So let's see, this could be a place where you're looking at the end of the night. Is this a place where Joe Biden underperforms Hillary Clinton? We'll watch that as we go through it. In Texas, again, a lot of votes to count. Wolf, or look in Austin as well. Williamson County above it, and Travis County here. Joe Biden running it up where a Democrat needs to, but a long way to go to count in Texas. And remember, it's not just about the presidency. There's a Senate race there. There are a couple House races there. Democrats think they have a chance to take back the House, the Texas State House. We'll see. A lot of business to do still.
We certainly will. We're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern when the last polls in 14 states. Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all closed. 156 electoral votes are at stake in this coming hour. Remember, 270 are needed to win the presidency. We're watching key races in multiple battlegrounds in the next hour. Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, along with two of the most coveted prizes tonight, Michigan and Wisconsin, battlegrounds that may hold the keys to the White House. Those states sealed President Trump's victory in 2016, and Joe Biden is hoping to win them back for the Democrats. Let's get a key race alert. All right, 5 states where Biden is leading right now. Let's start in North Carolina. 70% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a nearly 220,000 vote lead right now over Trump, 52.1% to 46.8%. And once again, 70% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. In Ohio, half of the vote is now in. Biden has an impressive 341,000 vote lead over Trump, 54.9% to 43.9%. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 10% of the vote is in, but Biden has a 210,000 vote lead, 213,000 vote lead over Trump, 65% to 34.3%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes, 62% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead of 189,000 over Trump, 50.6% to 48%. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a 7,600 vote lead over Trump, 53% to 46%. Trump is leading in these 4 states. Let's show you these states. He's leading right now in Florida. 91% of the estimated vote in Florida is in. Trump has an impressive 260,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida, 50.7% to 48.3%. In Michigan right now, only 9% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 107,000 vote lead over Biden, 59.7% to 38.2%. In Georgia, a quarter of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by almost 177,000 votes right now, 55.9% to 43.1%. More than a third of the vote is in Virginia right now, and Trump has a 285,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2% in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right, let's focus in a little bit on North Carolina and Ohio right now, John, because if Biden wins those 2 states, potentially, that could be the ballgame.
Those would be the ball game. Those are 2 states absolutely critical. The president got 306 electoral votes 4 years ago. You take away Ohio, you take away North Carolina. Joe Biden holds the Clinton states. He's the next president of the United States without even taking back all the blue wall. So let's focus on them. Ohio, let's just focus on this just for a second and look at this right now. Ohio is blue, right? That's a big deal. North Carolina is blue. There are some other anomalies on the math. And again, I know I'm a broken record. Just want to keep everybody at home, especially for those tuning in later in the night. Mail-in voting, early in-person voting, Election Day voting, the combination of those things, the count's going to come in different ways tonight, and things are going to be different. And things are going to be different, and the map's going to bounce around a little bit. And this is real. These are votes. We're counting them. They're important. It could change. It's not where we are in the middle. It's where we get in the end. And for out here, we haven't even begun yet. So let's just get to Ohio, because we're in the middle here, 50% of the estimated vote count right there. And however this ends, this is already a statement tonight about how Joe Biden is performing differently than Hillary Clinton, outperforming Hillary Clinton in the industrial Midwest. Look at this, 54.5 to 44.3. It's almost a flip of 4 years ago. The president carried the state 52 to 44. That was a handy win, almost an easy win for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And so now you come forward here. We're not done. We have a way to go here. But I just want to look at this in Cleveland. You bring this out. That's what you want to do as a building block. That's one way to look at it. You go through the building blocks of a state. Let's look at it another way, right? One of the challenges is, why Joe Biden, not Hillary Clinton, right? We've said consistently, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. That's not meant as a criticism of anybody. It's meant as a performance metric. Look at this. This is Joe Biden outperforming Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. Look at all of these counties. And yes, in the blue counties where Democrats need votes, that's important. You're getting more of your people. You're outperforming in the places, Democratic bases, in the cities and in the suburbs. That's critical. But you know what's just as critical? Look at all the red. In all these small places where Donald Trump runs it up, that's why he's president, runs it up in Pennsylvania, ran it up in Wisconsin, ran it up in Michigan, ran it up in Florida, ran it up in North Carolina. That's why he's president. It's
very impressive where Biden is overperforming. Where's Trump overperforming?
So you come out, that's where you want to come out, right? So take that off. Is the president overperforming himself? Look at this in Ohio, one county.
Wow.
One county, right? So you come up and you say, well, okay, what about overperforming? Let's turn that off. Where is he underperforming? A lot of places. So Joe Biden is overperforming in Democratic areas and in Trump counties. The president is underperforming by 5 points or more. Importantly, number one, these smaller counties, that's where he tends to run it up. He gets 70%, he gets 65%, he gets 82%. You know, it's a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes here. That's how you win a state. He won this one convincingly. But remember, Donald Trump, I am your voice, right? Trade deals, trade. Sanders voters, come to me. They live here. They live here, right? 61 to 37 right now. You come back 4 years ago, 49 to 47. This is the story of Ohio right now. Will it get there to the finish line? We don't know. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is underperforming himself, if you will, which is why this state is competitive right now. We just turn this off and come back to where we are about halfway through.
Is Biden underperforming any place in Ohio?
Hola, hola, buenas noches, bienvenidos al programa. Yo soy Jaime Bailey, hoy es martes 3 de noviembre. Por fin, martes 3 de noviembre, el gran día, el día de las elecciones presidenciales aquí en los Estados Unidos. Estamos saliendo en vivo desde Miami para todo el mundo, son las 9 en punto de la noche, hora de Miami, 9 en punto de la noche, subrayo, hora de la costa este aquí en los Estados Unidos. Quiero abrir el programa de hoy con una gran noticia. Y es que el presidente Trump ha ganado el estado de la Florida. No lo han anunciado todavía, pero yo me atrevo a decir que Trump ha ganado ya el estado de la Florida. Y es un triunfo absolutamente capital para él. Si Trump a esta altura de la noche estaba perdiendo definitivamente la Florida, tenía que despedirse de la Casa Blanca. Pero al ganar la Florida, contrariando a la mayor parte de las encuestas, el presidente todavía está en pie para dar la batalla. Con el 91% de los votos contados, y esto según el New York Times, que es un periódico insospechable de ver con simpatía a Trump, veamos el primer cuadro, por favor, el presidente lleva una ventaja de 2 puntos y 2 décimas sobre Biden. 50,6 tiene Trump, 48,4 tiene Biden. Son más o menos 230,000 votos. Y esto con el 91% de los votos contados. Ustedes me dirán, todavía faltan contar 9 décimas. Bueno, según el New York Times, las probabilidades de que gane Trump la Florida son de 96%. Por tanto, yo me atrevo a afirmar que Trump ha ganado ya la Florida y se adjudica sus muy importantes 29 colegios electorales. Otra gran noticia para Trump a esta altura de la noche, recién comenzando, es que el estado sureño de Georgia, tradicionalmente republicano, que algunos creían que Biden podía arrebatárselo, pues no. Trump va ganando claramente en Georgia por una diferencia amplia y va a ganar Georgia. Según los modelos y las proyecciones del New York Times, tiene una probabilidad de victoria en Georgia de 81%. Por tanto, yo me atrevería a decir que en Georgia, como era de esperar, como yo pronostiqué aquí, va a ganar Trump, se va a adjudicar esos 16 delegados, está 15 puntos arriba. Es decir que Trump comienza la noche mejor que Biden. Si yo les hubiera dicho, son las 9 en punto de la noche, Biden va a ganar en Georgia y Biden va a ganar en la Florida, la fiesta se terminaba para Trump. Pero no, Trump va a ganar en Georgia y Trump está ganando y va a ganar en la Florida. No solo eso, en Carolina del Norte, un estado que es absolutamente crucial para Trump, uno de los 7 estados capitales. Yo lo he venido subrayando con bastante énfasis noche tras noche. El New York Times pronostica que va a ganar con un 78% de probabilidades el señor Trump. Están al 73% de los votos escrutados, pero el New York Times pronostica que va a ganar Trump. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que en 2 de los 7 estados capitales, la Florida y Carolina del Norte, todo indica que va a ganar Trump. Faltan 5. Arizona entre los del sur y luego la tradicional muralla azul que Trump pintó de rojo hace 4 años, ¿no? Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio y Pensilvania. Pero si Trump tiene ya en el bolsillo Florida y Carolina del Norte y se asegura Arizona, está en una posición altamente competitiva para reelegirse. Quiero decir, esta puede ser una noche muy larga. No comienza como una noche buena para Biden. Comienza, y lo digo objetiva, desapasionadamente, como una noche mejor para Trump. Puede ocurrir que Trump gane Florida, Carolina del Norte y Arizona, no alcanza con eso. Si pierde los 4 de la muralla azul, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio y Pensilvania, el presidente será Biden. Pero eso está por verse todavía y lo veremos a medida que progresa la noche. Luego, el New York Times ha ido anunciando la victoria, sea de Biden o de Trump, en un número de estados y ninguno de esos estados sorprende.
We have a projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New York and win its 29 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With Biden winning New York State, Biden is now ahead. He has 59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. First of all, let's go to North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there, an impressive 281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6%.
De Joe Biden perdiera Biden. Ha ganado, desde luego, con sus 3 delegados, lo mismo que en Connecticut, que otorga apenas 7 representantes, triunfa Biden, y nadie esperaba que en Illinois, el estado de Barack Obama, perdiera Biden. Ha ganado con mucha claridad. Illinois adjudica 20 delegados al colegio electoral. Luego, en Mississippi, ha ganado Trump. Esto estaba en el libro de pronósticos. Nada sorprendente, lo mismo que en Tennessee. Ha ganado Trump. Y luego en Maryland, con 10 delegados, gana Biden. En Massachusetts, por supuesto, por una ventaja aluvional, también gana Biden. Por cierto, gana en New Jersey Biden con 14 delegados. Trump se defiende en Oklahoma con 7. En Rhode Island, que apenas otorga 4, gana Biden. Y en Arkansas ha ganado Trump. Otorga 6 delegados. Ya saben ustedes, porque yo lo he comentado a lo largo de todas estas jornadas aquí, que en mis cálculos, y de momento mis cálculos se están cumpliendo, ¿no? Biden comenzaba con 232 delegados y Trump con 187. Yo asumía que Georgia iba a estar con Trump, y así ha ocurrido. También asumía que Texas iba a estar con Trump. Lo veremos. Creo que va a ocurrir. Asumía que Biden iba a retener los 232 delegados que ganó Hillary hace 4 años. O sea, no va a perder Minnesota, no va a perder Nevada, no va a perder New Hampshire, que son estados que los republicanos estaban mirando con codicia. No los va a perder. Parte en 232. Necesitaba la Florida, no la tiene. Necesitaba Carolina del Norte para estar ya a esta hora de la noche con fuelle, con vigor. No la tiene tampoco. Entonces va a necesitar Biden Arizona y los 4 de la muralla azul, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio y Pensilvania. Lo veremos. Todos los demás que me he atrevido a cantar, porque ya los ha anunciado el New York Times, están completamente dentro de la lógica predecible. Ahí no hay ninguna sorpresa. Ninguno de estos estados era estado capital, ¿no es cierto? Bien. Ahora, mientras esperamos nuevas noticias, principalmente de la Florida y de Carolina del Norte, En la Florida llevan 92% del voto contado. Trump está arriba 3 puntos. 3 puntos, es mucho. Ya Trump ganó en la Florida. Es un hecho. Yo lo doy por hecho. No se ha anunciado completamente, pero yo lo doy por hecho. Y Trump está adelante 300.000 votos. Téngase en cuenta que hace 4 años Trump ganó por 120.000 votos en la Florida. O sea, para mí ya ganó la Florida. Y en Carolina del Norte, que parecía que Biden iba a dar ahí el zarpazo.
CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win. The state of New Jersey will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73
Me gustaría ver 2 o 3 encuestas, un poco para ir viendo quizá anticipadamente cómo a menudo se equivocan la mayor parte de las encuestas y cómo raramente aciertan algunas. De momento me parece que Trafalgar ha acertado en la Florida y en Carolina del Norte, ¿no? Esta era la última encuesta de 3 estados capitales de la Muralla Azul. De esos estados aún no tenemos escrutinio oficial, resultado oficial, pero fíjese cómo en Michigan dan ganador a Biden por 7, en Wisconsin por 8 y en Pensilvania por 5. Veremos más adelante si estos pronósticos se cumplen, ¿no? Yo ya los veo con cierto escepticismo, porque si vemos a continuación, fíjense cómo aquí le daban la Florida a Biden por 3 puntos. Bueno, a esta hora de la noche, 9 y 10 de la noche, hora de Miami, el que está adelante 3 puntos no es Biden, es Trump, y ya ganó la Florida. Le daban Carolina del Norte a Biden. Bueno, a esta hora de la noche, el New York Times predice que es Biden el que va a perder, no ganar en Carolina del Norte. De manera que estas encuestas hay que verlas con cierta reticencia, ¿no? Con cierta saludable incredulidad. Decían que Trump tenía voto escondido. Bueno, por lo visto aquí en la Florida lo tenía. Y en Carolina del Norte también. Se está adjudicando esos 2 estados, que no son pocos delegados. 29 en la Florida y 15 en Carolina del Norte. Son un montón de delegados. Son 44 delegados, ¿no? Ahora, esta otra encuesta es interesante para entender cómo la mayoría de los votantes de Biden no estaban tan entusiasmados con el señor Biden, sino detestaban a su oponente, al señor Trump. Fíjense, no en la columna de Trump, porque entre quienes votan por él, el 84% está entusiasmado. Pero entre los de Biden, no es tanto yo voto por él, 46%, sino más bien yo voto contra Trump, 54%. Bueno, dicho eso, vamos a hacer una primera pausa y luego las declaraciones que emitió hoy el presidente Trump en una breve visita a su cuartel general, donde agradeció a su tropa de partidarios más leales. Unas declaraciones que me sorprendieron porque tenían un tono de humildad desusado en el presidente, no descartaba la posibilidad de una derrota, y también la arenga que hizo a su enardecida multitud del otoñal señor Biden en Filadelfia. Insisto, a esta altura de la noche, 9 y 13 minutos aquí en Miami, Trump ha ganado la Florida, todavía no lo han anunciado, pero yo que soy un poco temerario me atrevo a decir que Trump ha ganado la Florida y que va a ganar Georgia y Carolina del Norte. Ya regresamos.
Modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this. And if you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52 to 46. That's where you want to be. You want to be on top whenever, but we do have a ways to go. But if you watch this map play out, I just want to go back. Doesn't look a lot different, right? But just watch where you see a little bit more blue when you come back in here. You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take a look. Lucas County, look at this. And again, here's your opportunity, right? Is this early vote? Joe Biden, 73% to 26% at 39%. So watch when that number's higher later in the night. Are the margins still like that percentage-wise? Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now. 73-26. That matters. That matters. Those margins matter in places where there are votes. Then you come across, again, we did Cuyahoga County, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where Donald Trump made inroads, 67% to 31 right now. You go back 4 years ago, 52-43. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. And if Joe Biden can hold that, again, that gives you your cushion. And this was the central argument of the Biden campaign. Scrappy kid from Scranton, middle-class Joe, pick however you want to describe it, that I can go into these places, not only win them, but outperform Hillary Clinton, make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio. Move it over here again. You come along the river in the valley here, 61% to 31. Again, we're only halfway there. So let's just see. This is a place where the president has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time. We'll see if they turn out this time. If I had votes last time, I just want to show you 46%, right? This was very close last time. It's the 10th of the 88 counties in Ohio. It's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes. And it matters not only here. You go across the border, then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together in these blue-collar communities. This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people. It's the same people who swung it. So let's pull back out and take a look at it. Let's come back to 2020 and look. Where else are you looking? You look down here. Hamilton County is Cincinnati. Again, Joe Biden running it up, 69, about halfway there again. So when you're halfway, you're looking at it and you're placing a marker. You say, that's where you want to be. That's actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then, almost 70%, 69%. Now, that's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is, what happens to the election day turnout? This used to be a Republican area. This is, again, a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there, game over. There's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus. Labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time, 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult. Some of it's not. Look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. If that percentage stays there as we go up, but again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge that we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red out here, right? Let's just pick Westmoreland County here. Joe Biden does not need to win Westmoreland County, but you see the 64 right there. When this comes in, we don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40, it's better. It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact
Miami para todo el mundo.
Joe Biden is performing.
Son exactamente las 9:18, 19 minutos de la noche aquí en Miami, hora de la costa este, ¿no? Ya saben ustedes que Trump va a ganar la Florida, está 3 puntos arriba, más o menos 316,000 votos arriba de Biden. Va a ganar con toda certeza la Florida y está ganando también, o va a ganar también Carolina del Norte, ¿no? Con el 77% del voto escrutado, el New York Times le da a Trump 85% de victoria en Carolina del Norte. Hoy el presidente dijo que tenía la voz estropeada porque ayer había hablado a viva voz en 6 mítines. Estaba comprensiblemente exhausto y no tan apasionado como es habitual en él.
I feel very good. After doing that many rallies, the voice gets a little bit choppy, I think. God did not design it for that much, but we, look, we did a lot of them. We did actually 6 the last day because one finished at 2 in the morning. So I put it on. So we did 5 plus sort of 1. but we did a lot, and no, I feel great.
Dijo el presidente que había visitado muy frecuentemente el estado de Pensilvania, otorga 20 delegados, Trump tiene que ganarlos sí o sí. Sus expertos consideran que puede ganar Pensilvania porque entienden que en el segundo debate Biden cometió un error al decir que tiene que haber una transición muy veloz en la industria de
Connecticut. He beats Trump in Connecticut. He wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. Biden has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things
People
stand.
talked about Texas, and Texas is, we will have a tremendous victory there based on, you know, everything that you see. This is no longer polls. This is now we're looking at what's happening.
Si bien el presidente a esta altura de la noche, 9:15, 9:20, aquí en Miami, se ha asegurado Florida y Carolina del Norte, eso no le garantiza todavía la reelección. Tiene que ganar Arizona y tiene que ganar Pensilvania y Ohio. Y eso está por verse. El presidente dijo que espera que el resultado se conozca esta noche.
Well, I think you'll know possibly tonight, depending on the extent of a victory. I think you could know tonight. I think the ruling on Pennsylvania was an unfortunate one by the Supreme Court, because I think we should know what happens on the night. Let people put their ballots in earlier. But you have to have numbers. You can't have these things delayed for many days and maybe weeks. You can't do that. The whole world is waiting. This country is waiting.
Porque en algunos estados, ya ustedes saben, se pueden contar los votos varios días después de hoy. Por ejemplo, en Pensilvania se pueden contar los votos hasta el viernes, hasta el viernes 6 de noviembre. Hay otros estados como Ohio que pueden contar los votos hasta noviembre 13. Imagínense, Carolina del Norte hasta noviembre 12. Entonces, claro, si se pueden contar los votos hasta noviembre 13, no es este viernes, sino el siguiente, y eso parecía irritar al presidente.
You have to have a date, and the date happens to be November 3rd, and we should be entitled to know who won on November 3rd. And if somebody comes along and puts a ballot in way late, they shouldn't be. They should put the ballot in earlier. There's no reason why they can't put the ballot in 2 weeks earlier or 1 week earlier. I think it's a very dangerous decision for our country.
En un tono sorprendentemente humilde, si el adjetivo no es demasiado raro para adjudicárselo al presidente, él dijo que quería ganar, que estaba acostumbrado a ganar, pero que perder era una posibilidad y que para él perder nunca había sido fácil.
I just think we're going to have a tremendous. I think we're going to have. Look, I'm looking right now. I'm looking at different locations, and we're seeing lines of people, and they're wearing a lot of red material, including hats. But no, we're seeing in certain areas that would be Trump areas. We're seeing lines of people that are extended for miles. You're seeing it too. I mean, you don't have to say it, but you're seeing it too. So I think we're going to have a great night, but it's politics and it's elections, and you never know.
Me gustó el tono de Trump hoy, ¿eh? Claro, no estaba en un meeting. Es comprensible que cuando está en un meeting todo se vuelve un poco más afiebrado y entonces un poco más exagerado o irracional, ¿no? Pero aquí estaba, por un lado, cansado y por otro lado, saludando a su equipo de campaña y parecía bastante más humano que de costumbre, parecía vulnerable, ¿no? Abierto a la posibilidad de una derrota, que nunca se puede descartar, aunque a esta hora de la noche está en una posición muy competitiva. Una posición que sus adversarios, detractores, contradictores más feroces no esperaban, ¿eh? No esperaban que Trump ganase la Florida y Carolina del Norte. Trump dijo que él no había visto mítines muy tumultuosos en la campaña opuesta, en la del señor Biden, y que en cambio él había reunido a 40.000, 50.000 personas en cada meeting. Quizá exagera, pero es cierto que el presidente demostró a lo largo de esta campaña una capacidad más poderosa de movilizar a su tropa de fanáticos que el señor Biden.
No, I'm not thinking about concession speech or acceptance speech yet. Hopefully we'll be only doing one of those two. And you know, winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not. But I think we have, when you see rallies, the likes of which in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world, nobody's ever seen before. There's a tremendous love going on in this country. And there's really a tremendous unity. There's a tremendous unity. Nobody's ever seen that, where you take an airport and the airport's not big enough to hold the crowds. Nobody's ever seen a thing like that.
Se confirma que aquí en la Florida el presidente va adelante con 51% contra 48% del señor Biden. Para mí ha ganado ya Trump. Y esto con el... Ahí está, clarísimo, brillante. Esto con el 93% de los votos escrutados. La diferencia son 320.000 votos. 320.000 votos más tiene Trump. Bueno, claro, la Florida es ahora su estado natal. Se ha mudado a la Florida. Gane o pierda, él ha declarado su residencia en la Florida. Está 320.000 votos arriba. Olvídese, Biden ya perdió en la Florida. Recuerdo que hace 4 años Trump ganó la Florida por un poquito más de 100.000 votos, por un punto y 2 décimas. Ahora está 3 puntos arriba, lo que revela cómo se pueden equivocar las encuestas. Todas las encuestas o decían que estaban empatados o decían que Biden estaba arriba 3, 4, 5 puntos en la Florida. No ha ocurrido. Bueno, así las cosas, el señor Biden hoy estuvo un momento en Filadelfia, ciudad histórica, capital de Pensilvania. Pensilvania es un estado crucial, yo diría que tanto como la Florida, ¿no? Si Trump gana Pensilvania, además de haber ganado ya la Florida, yo creo que será el presidente reelegido, ¿no? Y allí decía Biden que él esperaba que hoy se batiera el récord de votación. Antes de que se abrieran las mesas de votación hoy, ya 100 millones de estadounidenses habían votado, lo que constituye un récord absoluto, ¿no? Vamos a ver cuántos estadounidenses más habrán votado hoy.
We're going to have more people vote this year than any time in American history. They expect over 150 million people to vote. And guess what? People between the ages of 18 and 13 or 18 and 30 are turning out in big numbers. That's going to be a big deal. And by the way, you guys that understand, 54% of the vote so far is women. I tell you what.
Desde luego las mujeres están con Biden, los jóvenes están también con Biden. ¿Le alcanzará con eso? A esta altura de la noche no veo a Biden en una posición sólida, pero vamos a esperar los resultados del muro azul que hace 4 años Trump pintó de rojo, principalmente de Ohio, que siempre vota ganador, y de Pensilvania. La actualización es que en la Florida el New York Times predice que Trump va a ganar con un 95% de probabilidades y en Carolina del Norte con un 90% de probabilidades. Muy interesante. El señor Biden dice que Trump no decidirá quién va a ocupar 4 años más la Casa Blanca, que eso lo va a decidir el pueblo.
The president's got a lot of things backwards. One of which is he thinks that he can decide who gets the vote. And guess what? The people are going to decide who gets to be president.
Biden, que ha hecho una campaña extraordinariamente meritoria para un hombre de su edad, que este mes de noviembre va a cumplir 78, en caso de ganar sería el presidente más longevo en la historia de los Estados Unidos, solo cumpliría un mandato. Biden prometió que si asume el poder en enero 20, va a derrotar al coronavirus y va a fortalecer a la clase media.
We have an enormous opportunity. I want everybody to understand. The public nationwide has figured it out. Not only are we going to be able to overcome this virus by taking some smart moves, For real, we're going to do it. But secondly, we're going to rebuild the middle class. And by the way, the middle class built this country and unions built the middle class.
Al salir de su casa en Delaware, estado que ha representado como senador durante décadas y acompañado de su familia, el señor Biden se mostraba confiado y hasta risueño.
Hey, camera, come back. Mom, how you doing over there?
Mr. Vice President, what were you thinking about in there on the day you could be elected president?
What about your mom?
And Mrs. Burns, this home, Mrs. My grandfather Finnegan had this home for years.
Have you talked to President Trump today or his team?
Oh, no, I thought you said you were talking about my son today. I beg your pardon. No, I haven't talked to President Trump today.
What do you think?
Bueno, muy bien, vamos a la pausa, ¿no? Y luego regresamos con todos los datos actualizados del triunfo parcial de Trump en la Florida y Carolina del Norte, aunque parcial no es la manera correcta de describirlo, ¿no? Ya ha ganado, para mí ya ha ganado en Florida y Carolina del Norte. Recuerden que yo noche tras noche les venía diciendo, Biden es el amplio favorito, Biden va ganando, Biden debería ganar, pero el sistema electoral en Estados Unidos es tan enredado que Trump todavía está en una posición competitiva, porque tenía que asegurar 5 de los 7 estados capitales. 5 de los 7. Ya tiene 2, Florida y Carolina del Norte. Le faltan solo 3. Si suma Arizona, Ohio y Pensilvania, será el presidente 4 años más. Ya regresamos.
It is. Biden is ahead, but he's ahead by only 5,200 votes, 49.3% to 49.3%. Look at how close it is in Texas right now. Huge prize, 38 electoral votes in Texas. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Pennsylvania, 11% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead once again by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. In Colorado, Biden is ahead. 32% of the vote is in Colorado. 235,000 vote lead in Colorado. In New Hampshire right now, only 17% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 15,000 votes, 54.4% to 44.3% in New Hampshire. We have 5 more races we want to update you on right now. Let's start off in Florida right now. 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead of more than 327,000 votes, 51% to Biden's 48% in Florida, 29 electoral votes at stake in Florida. Take a look at that. Let's move on to Michigan right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 213,000 votes, 59.2% to 38.5% in Michigan, still relatively early in Michigan. In Virginia, 41% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, a very impressive lead of 332,000 votes right now in the state of Virginia, 57.7% to 40.4% in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, more than a third of the vote is in, 39%. Trump is ahead by more than 300,000 votes in Georgia right now, 56.9% to Biden's 42%. In Wisconsin, only 3% of the vote is in. Very, very early in the state of Wisconsin. Trump is up by about 11,000 votes, 54.3% to 44.1%. Let's take a look at the balance of power, what's going on in the U.S. Congress. Dana Bash is looking very closely at the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. We have 8 projections to make in U.S. Senate races, starting with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that is the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. CNN can project that he will go on for another term. Same with Arkansas's Tom Cotton, keeps that seat going on for another term there. And in South Dakota, CNN can project that Mike Rounds will go back to Washington for a second term. Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander is retiring. CNN can project that Bill Hagerty will win a first term there. In West Virginia, Shelley Moore Capito is going on for another term, according to CNN projections. And in Delaware, CNN is projecting that Chris Coons is going to go back to Washington. Representing that state, it was Joe Biden's old seat. New Hampshire, CNN is projecting Jeanne Shaheen is keeping her seat as well. And same goes for New Jersey. Cory Booker is going back to Washington representing New Jersey. Now let's look at some of the really important races we are watching right now. Colorado, right now, the Democratic challenger, John Hickenlooper, is ahead by a little more than 200,000 votes, 60.3%. The incumbent Republican Cory Gardner is at 38%, about 30% of the estimated vote in there. North Carolina, the Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham is ahead by just a little bit more than 57,000 votes at 48.5%. The incumbent Republican Tom Tillis at 47.3%. And in South Carolina, this is one that people across the country have been watching. Right now, the incumbent Republican Lindsey Graham is ahead pretty significantly. Now, let's look at what this all means in the big picture right now. Democrats are leading in 3 Republican seats. Democrats must pick up 4 Republican seats to flip the balance of power. And what is the balance of power right now? 39 Democrats, 36 Republicans, 25 seats remain to be called. Wolf?
All right. Thanks very much, Jenna. We'll get back to you. Let's have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Colorado, will win its 9 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Colorado. Trump, on the other hand, wins in North Dakota. CNN projects Trump will win in North Dakota, pick up its 3 electoral votes. Trump is the winner in North Dakota. Here's the Electoral College map where it stands right now as a result of these projections. Biden is up to 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 54, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at all these races. 89 right now, Electoral College. This is the most important. 89 for Biden, 54 for Trump.
Right, starting to get the building blocks, right? And again, a lot of unpredictability in counting votes on some of the other maps. A lot of states in play, like Ohio and North Carolina, that would be flips for Joe Biden. This map so far filling in a predictable way, but that's because we haven't called the battleground states, and we'll see where we go. But 89 to 54. 270 is the goal. You see the Joe Biden lead. This is why you look at the big states. The big states are what get you the lead. Joe Biden has.
Estados Unidos ha votado para reelegir a Trump o para sacarlo de la Casa Blanca e instalar ahí a señor Biden. Una noche fascinante, porque ha comenzado de una manera electrizante y se diría que sorprendente, dado que Trump ha ganado la Florida, está 3 puntos arriba y 350.000 votos arriba. Todavía no lo han anunciado oficialmente, pero es un hecho, créanme, ha ganado la Florida y ha ganado Carolina del Norte. No lo han anunciado oficialmente, pero es un hecho, va a ganar Carolina del Norte, porque el New York Times dice al 92% de probabilidades Trump va a ganar allí. Ahora, esto me lleva a 2 cosas. Primero, el New York Times hace un par de días, en sus últimas proyecciones, decía que en la Florida Biden estaba arriba 2 puntos. Pues no, está abajo 3. Y que en Carolina del Norte Biden iba a ganar por 2 puntos. No, va a perder. Es decir que hasta las más grandes encuestadoras y hasta los más prestigiosos diarios se equivocan. Yo me devané los sesos tratando de encontrar alguna encuestadora que dijera va a ganar Trump. Y solo encontré una. Se llama Trafalgar Group, Grupo Trafalgar. Y está basada en Atlanta, Georgia, un estado, Georgia, que Trump va ganando también y se va a adjudicar con toda seguridad. Bueno, está 15 puntos arriba. Fíjense, esta fue la última proyección de la encuestadora Trafalgar en los estados capitales. Es interesante porque esta encuestadora sí predijo el triunfo de Trump aquí en la Florida y en Carolina del Norte. Veamos. Arizona todavía no tenemos datos, pero ahora, a la luz de los resultados de Florida y Carolina del Norte, es particularmente interesante repasar esta encuestadora de Trafalgar, que le da la victoria en Arizona y la va a necesitar a Trump por menos de 1 punto, pero dice que Trump va a ganar en Arizona. En Nevada, Trafalgar le dio el estado a Biden. No tenemos resultados todavía. Estos resultados llegarán más adelante. Pero ¿qué dijo Trafalgar en la Florida? Dijo que Trump tenía 49 y que Biden tenía 46. O sea que Trump estaba 3 puntos arriba. Y efectivamente, siendo las 9:40 de la noche, hora de Miami, y faltando pocos votos que escrutar en la Florida, Trump está arriba 3 puntos porcentuales. De manera que esta es la única encuestadora que hasta este momento estaría acertada. ¿A quién le dio Michigan? Le dio Michigan a Trump. Y no por 2, por 3 puntos. Todavía no tengo datos de Michigan. ¿A quién le dio Pensilvania? Por poquito, pero le da Pensilvania a Trump. Minnesota, como era previsible, a Biden. Wisconsin por poquito a Biden. ¿Y qué dijo en Carolina del Norte? Dijo, va a ganar Trump y Trump va a ganar en Carolina del Norte. Entonces, quiero decir, no se lleven la encuesta, si se cumplen todos estos pronósticos y Trump gana, además de Florida y Carolina del Norte que ya ganó, en Arizona, en Michigan y en Pensilvania, Trump habrá cerrado la elección. Trump será el nuevo presidente y eso que ahí falta Ohio. ¿Por qué digo esto? ¿Podemos ir a la pizarrita? ¿Sí? ¿A qué cámara? ¿A esta o a aquella? Bueno, vamos a ver. ¿Por qué digo esto? Ustedes saben que en mis cálculos Biden parte con 232, que son todos los estados que ganó Hillary. ¿Estamos en esta? Ah, ya, perfecto. Y Trump, siempre que no pierda Texas, ni Georgia, ni Iowa, y no los va a perder, está ganando lejos en Georgia, parte con 187. Y entonces quedan en juego los 7 estados capitales, los 7, que suman 119 delegados. Ok, entonces, ahora Trump, que estaba en 187, ha sumado los 29 de la Florida más los 15 de Carolina del Norte. ¿Cuánto tiene Trump ahora? 231. Ok. Y Biden parte en 232 porque él parte con los mismos estados que ganó Hillary. Pero entonces ahora están empatados. 232 a 231. Entonces hay que actualizar el numerito de Trump y esto se pone fascinante. Porque ahora el partido está empatado. 231 tiene Trump a esta hora de la noche. ¿Ah? Ahora, vamos a suponer que se cumple esa predicción de Trafalgar y gana Arizona. Tendría 242. Ok. Y vamos a suponer que gana los 20 de Pensilvania. Tiene 262. Está a 8. Y gana los 16 de Michigan. Y estaría en 278 y sería el presidente. De manera que si se cumple el cuadrito de Trafalgar que hemos visto, el presidente no va a ser Biden, va a ser Trump. Si logra añadir a Florida y Carolina del Norte, si logra añadir Arizona, Pensilvania y Michigan, porque Wisconsin se lo daban, que son 10, a Biden. Y Minnesota, que son 10, también se lo daban a Biden. No llega. Reñido, pero 278, Trump necesita 270. O sea que así están las cosas a esta hora de la noche. Ahora ustedes me dicen, pero ¿por qué Biden parte con 232? Bueno, porque son los estados tradicional sólidamente demócratas, sólidamente, ¿no? Muchos de los cuales además ya fueron anunciados a favor de él. California, Nueva York, New Jersey, el estado de Washington en la costa oeste, Maryland, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Colorado, Oregon, New Mexico, Vermont, D.C., Virginia, Maine, Illinois, Delaware, Rhode Island, Maine y Hawaii. Nadie espera que Biden pierda ninguno de esos. Esos todos sumados son 232. Hillary los ganó hace 4 años, siendo Hillary una mala candidata, siendo Biden un mal candidato, ¿no? Porque es que si Biden pierde, esto hay que decirlo, ¿no? Yo lo he dicho noche tras noche, es porque era un mal candidato. Los demócratas tenían mejores candidatos, pero no ha perdido todavía. Ahora, ¿por qué yo le daba 187 para comenzar a Trump? Porque tiene en su columna un número de estados sólidamente republicanos de toda la vida. Alaska, Kansas, Nebraska, Indiana, Luisiana, West Virginia, Utah, Montana, Missouri, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, North Dakota, Wyoming, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Idaho. Bueno, perfecto. Todos esos. Ok, esos son los sólidos republicanos. Así las cosas, entonces, actualizando la pizarrita, están 232 contra 231 porque Trump a los 187 de partida ha sumado Florida y Carolina del Norte. Entonces, tenemos algunos testimonios de votantes de Trump. Este señor en Pensilvania, un estado donde todo se juega. explica por qué él va a votar por Trump y lo explica con mascarilla.
I'm voting for Trump, and the reason I'm voting for him is I like everything he's done in this country. Finally, somebody who stands up for America. You know, I like everything he's done dealing with Iran, the Middle East, with the peace. And as ex-military, I'm really happy he's standing up for the military and making, progress there. So.
And have you always voted Republican?
No, I'm a Democrat.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I'm voting Republican.
Otros testimonios recogidos hoy, día de las elecciones, pero en Carolina del Norte, por NBC News, votantes del presidente.
Believe that the direction we were going to with the Democrats were not the right direction. I believe in defending the police. I believe in defending America.
Are you concerned about the outcome here? Do you feel like he has it in the bag?
Well, I take nothing for granted, but I feel the momentum's definitely on his side. And I think, we saw this in 2016. The polls showed him that, there's no chance he was going to win. But by the end of the night, I think a lot of the people that don't show up in the polls show up to vote. And I think you'll see that again, especially in North Carolina.
Lo veremos. En efecto, Carolina del Norte se ha inclinado por Trump. Carolina del Norte no es un estado fácil para los demócratas. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque en 2012 ganó Romney. No ganó Obama en Carolina del Norte, ganó Romney. Y por supuesto Trump ganó hace 4 años, por 3 puntos y 5 décimas. Más votantes por el presidente hoy 3 de noviembre.
I think the economy, in the same breath as the coronavirus, is very important to me, and I would throw a vote to whoever is going to get that economy humming again.
En la Florida, un señor explicaba que él no veía a Biden en condiciones, en aptitud de ser presidente, tal vez por su edad tan avanzada.
Brought unemployment down. He's going to take care of the pandemic, and I just couldn't see voting for Joe Biden. He's just not up to the job.
Otro testimonio, este proviene de Arizona. Arizona todavía no tenemos votos porque, claro, probablemente no han cerrado todavía las mesas de votación.
I did not vote just because I did not take the time to do it. This time, I think that there's no choice with all the destruction that's going on in the country, and the two candidates that are available. There's one, in my mind, one clear choice because something has to be done. I'm pro-Trump because I think Mr. Biden's tired and he should be doing other things.
Muy bien. Antes de ir entonces a la pausa, les recuerdo cómo están las cosas y cómo cada uno puede llegar a 270. Así están ahora, 232 contra 231. Estos son mis cálculos, puedo equivocarme, pero son de buena fe, no son tramposos. ¿Cómo llega Biden a 270? No le falta mucho, ¿verdad? Le faltan solo 38. ¿Cómo llega Biden a 270? Es simple. Ohio, que da 18, y Pensilvania, que da 20. ¿Ok? Tiene que ganar esos dos. Gana esos dos y hace 270 colegios electorales redonditos. Tiene que ganar esos dos. Ahora ustedes me pueden decir, ¿pero qué si gana no Ohio y Pensilvania, sino Wisconsin, que da 10, y Michigan, que da 16? No le alcanza, ¿no es cierto? Porque quedaría en 258. No le alcanza. Incluso si gana Arizona, que da 11, daría 269 y le faltaría 1 para llegar a 270. O sea que este no es el camino para Biden. Puede ganar Wisconsin, Michigan y Arizona de los estados capitales y no llega si Trump gana Ohio y Pensilvania. Por eso propongo a esta altura de la noche que todas las miradas se vuelquen a esos dos estados, Ohio y Pensilvania. Con esos dos estados, Biden llega a 270, Ohio y Pensilvania. Ahora, ¿esos dos estados le alcanzan a Trump? No. ¿Por qué no? Porque está en 231, 18 y 20. 38. Estaría en 9, en 12 y 9. Sí. Le faltaría 1. Maldición. O sea que este no es el camino, o no totalmente, para Trump. Le faltaría 1. Por eso, ¿y qué necesitaría entonces? Los 11 de Arizona, o los 10 de Wisconsin, o los 16 de Michigan. Uno de estos 3. O sea que Trump necesita ganar 3. Ohio, Pensilvania y pescar uno de estos. Yo creo que puede ser Arizona. Pero se acorta el caminito, se van acercando a 270 y da la impresión de que el que gane Ohio y Pensilvania será el presidente, ¿no es cierto? Da la impresión. Ya regresamos.
Helps to buoy them in Arizona.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. The Latino voters in Florida, a great deal of them are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. Very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong, is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that segment of the population.
And a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. You know, John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now. What are we seeing?
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia. Virginia certainly we thought would be blue. It has increasingly become a blue state. Let's start at Michigan because Michigan, of course, was critical to the Trump win in 2016. You see a lot of red on the map right now. But again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red up here. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now is 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we've told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria, Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. All right, take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina. Will win its 9 electoral votes. And it also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama. Will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 electoral college votes. Trump has 72 electoral college votes. 207.
Bush hijo, 2 veces por Obama y por Trump. En Ohio, con el 64% de los votos contados, Biden tiene una diferencia minúscula de 3 décimas, apenas 3 décimas. Pero claro, y recién van con 64% de los votos contados. La diferencia es de 13.000 votos. Hace 4 años Trump ganó el estado de Ohio con mucha comodidad, por 7, 8 puntos porcentuales. Todas las encuestas le otorgaban una precaria ventaja, un leve liderazgo al presidente en este estado crucial de Ohio, que siempre vota ganador. No sé si tenemos ya el cuadro, el resultado parcial del New York Times. Bueno, ya lo tendremos en un momentito. Pero, insisto, al 64%, según el New York Times, un periódico muy serio y muy prestigioso para mí. Por supuesto, es un periódico que apoya a Biden, pero en sus números es súper riguroso. Con el 64% de los votos contados en Ohio, Biden lleva una ventaja, están empatados, una ventaja de 3 décimas, que equivale a 13.000 votos. A ver, vamos a seguir jugando con la pizarrita un poco para ir terminando, ¿no? Si había voto escondido en la Florida, donde ha ganado Trump, y en Carolina del Norte, donde también ha ganado el presidente, yo puedo asumir que en Arizona, estado del sur, estado soleado, con una densa población hispana, también habrá voto escondido y también podría ganar el presidente, ¿no es cierto? ¿Qué tal si le sumamos tentativamente los 11 de Arizona? Y entonces ahora pasaría adelante Trump, 242 con 232. En ese punto, están los dos muy cerquita del premio mayor, de la joya de la corona, 270. A este le faltan 38, a este le faltan 28, y por eso todos los ojos del mundo van a estar en Ohio y en Pensilvania. Aunque claro, yo alegremente estoy diciendo que en Arizona podría ganar Trump. Lo digo alegremente porque creo, viendo las tendencias de Florida y Carolina del Norte, creo que allí se puede imponer el presidente. Y si eso ocurre, entonces van a estar 242 contra 232. ¿Ah? Y ahí esperaríamos los resultados, claro, de Ohio, Pensilvania, Wisconsin y Michigan. ¿Ah? ¿Tenemos ya el cuadro de...? Todavía no, el de Ohio, no. Bueno, no hay problema. Si me permiten, antes de ir a la pausa, una breve reflexión, ¿no?, a esta altura de la noche. Las principales encuestadoras se han equivocado con Florida y con Carolina del Norte. Le otorgaban una ventaja a Biden. No ha ocurrido. Biden va a perder en ambos estados. Uno podría, por consiguiente, colegir que si las encuestadoras se han equivocado allí, también se van a equivocar en los otros estados capitales. Por tanto, me atrevo a afirmar que la cosa está endemoniadamente reñida, y que el que gane no Arizona lo puede ganar Trump, está en 242, no le alcanza. El que gane 3 de los 4 de arriba, 3 de los 4, sobre todo Pensilvania y Ohio, y luego Wisconsin o Michigan, ese será el presidente. Pero así de ferozmente disputada va a estar la elección y todo se va a resolver entre esos 4 de arriba. Estos son los resultados tentativos de Ohio al 64%. ¿Ven? Biden tiene 2.008.000 votos, Trump tiene 1.995.000. La diferencia son 3 décimas que equivalen a 13.000 votos. Yo la verdad no sé quién va a ganar Ohio. Lo que sé es que siempre el que gana Ohio termina siendo el presidente. Están empatados y faltan contar 36% de los votos. Ya regresamos.
So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans always make a run. They don't quite get there. But Trump thought he could get there. Trump thought he could pick this one up. I got to switch this here. Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It's just, if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But you saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days of the campaign. When you know there's going to be subtraction, you look for addition. At the moment, we'll keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. She's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. In Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick up 3 Republican seats. And right now, the balance of power is 40 Democrats, 36 Republicans, but 24 seats remain to be called tonight, Wolf.
Big pickup for the Democrats there are. Thanks very much, Dana. So, John, we're looking at the big picture right now. The popular vote, not that it's all that important, but it's still significant. Trump has a significant lead right now, but we're really focused on the Electoral College.
We are, but it is interesting to watch it play out. Again, we're early in this chapter, and so whether the states look a little funny or different, whether some of those states are in play to change, and as you watch that play out, let's remember, we're early, right? We're still here. We're counting votes as we go. Some people are still voting out on the West Coast and everything, but it's one of the givens, if you will, was that Donald Trump would lose the popular vote again. He lost to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. At the moment, he's ahead. That's not a surprise. The red states have come in first, but let's watch that as it plays out. If Joe Biden passes him, then the question is, how does it stretch out? So that's one way to look at it. And some people out there I know, a lot of Democrats, having lived through Bush v. Gore and then Clinton versus Trump, you think we don't want the Electoral College. Well, we have it. That's the way we pick presidents right now. And so we'll watch that popular vote play out. But more importantly, we're going to watch these states. And again, as you noted, we were just talking about this a minute ago. We're early here, but Joe Biden pulling out to an early lead in Minnesota. It's one of those states. Each campaign looks at the last guy's map and says, what can I do to try to change it? The Trump campaign wanted Minnesota. They wanted New Hampshire. The Biden lead early on. We'll see if it changes. This one here, these are the fascinating. They're just, this is why we do this, Wolf. This is why it's exciting and fun. 13,000 votes now in Ohio, 64% for some time. So we're waiting. We're waiting for more votes to be counted. And again, we should all appreciate the challenge of these election officials all across the country. Democrats, Republicans, small county, big cities. It's a huge challenge. Turnout is up. You have the mix of voting, mail-in voting, in-person early. But right now, 49.5 to 49.2 in a state the president must win. Joe Biden does not need this. He leads right now by just shy of 14,000 votes, 13,461. He does not need this, but he would like it. Just want to check to see where we are in the percentages. David Chalian talked a little bit about this earlier. We have to watch which vote is which, but 55%. Still, you have a lot of votes to count here in a deep blue county, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, and the surrounding areas. If you're a Democrat, you think we'll do okay there. 58% here, so more votes to be counted in Summit County. You're running well ahead. If you're in the Biden campaign quarters, you say, okay, we got a ways to go here. Just want to move over here. About half of the votes counted. I'm just following the blue to see what's left to come in. So if you're Joe Biden, the question is, do you hold these margins? Or when more election day vote comes in, this is a place the president ran pretty strong 4 years ago, does he get the election day turnout to bring it back? That is the dynamic of the night in state after state after state, and we're going to have to watch it. But Ohio is a great battleground state. It's been a while. It was not a battleground last time. The president won it quite comfortably.
De la noche se confirma que el presidente Trump va ganando y va a ganar, es un hecho, la Florida. Fíjense, está 3 puntos y 5 décimas arriba de Biden, 51,2 contra 47,8. Y son más o menos 380.000 votos. ¡Wow! Son muchos votos para la Florida. En la Florida generalmente se gana por 1 punto. Lo está ganando por 3,5 puntos. Lo ganó por 1 punto hace 4 años. Lo está ganando por 3,5 puntos, 380.000 votos. Bien, dicho eso, para terminar, yo hice una encuesta entre los miembros del programa y mi familia. había que acertar presidente y los 7 estados capitales. Mi hija Zoe va ganando, le dio Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump. Lázaro le dio Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump. Calixto, lo mismo. José Luis, lo mismo. La señora Isis le dio Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump. Veremos, ella le adjudica a Trump presidente. Don José Tabillo le dio Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump y le adjudica a Trump presidente. Pía Romero, Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump, notable, aunque le da Biden presidente. Yo, el burro por delante, Florida y Carolina del Norte a Trump. Aunque, acá está mi voto, marqué Biden presidente. Eso es lo que marqué. Yo no me voy a acomodar ahora. ¿Ah? Y luego ya otros votos fallidos de otros miembros del equipo que no quiero ahora poner en situación bochornosa. Gracias, seguimos mañana. Buenas noches.
And in the popular vote, that's not how we pick a president, though, Wolf, and we'll keep counting.
We certainly will, and we're only moments away, John, from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 4 states, including the key battlegrounds of Iowa and Nevada. A total of 21 electoral votes are on the line right now. All right, we got a key race alert right now. We believe it's too early to call in Iowa, for example, 6 electoral votes right there. Too early to call in Nevada right there, 6 electoral votes. Too early to call in Utah right now as well. Another 6 electoral votes there. It's too early to call in the state of Montana. 3 electoral votes right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. There you can see in the race for 270 needed to win the presidency, Biden is still ahead. He has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here's where things stand in these key battleground states. Let's start in Ohio right now. 69% of the estimated vote is in Ohio. Trump is ahead by 102,000 votes over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In North Carolina, 84% of the vote is in. Biden has a very small lead of nearly 30,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.1%. In Minnesota right now, 29% of the vote is in. Biden has a relatively comfortable 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 64.2% to 33.8%. In New Hampshire, more than a quarter of the vote is in, 26% of the vote is in. Biden has a nearly 20,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1%. We've got 7 more states we want to check out right now. Let's check out Florida right now. Trump is pretty comfortably ahead with 93% of the vote is in. He's got a lead of 382,000 votes over Biden in Florida, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Pennsylvania, only 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 46,000 votes, 51% to 47.7% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, a quarter of the vote almost is in. Trump is ahead by 228,000 votes, but it's early. 23% of the estimated vote is in, 57%. In Texas, 77% of the vote is in. Trump has a 215,000 vote lead over Biden, 50.5% to 48.1%. In Wisconsin, more than a quarter of the vote is in. Trump has a narrow 28,000 vote lead over Biden right now. It's still early, 50.6% there. In Georgia, 51% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead right now, 346,000 lead over Biden, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. In Virginia, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump's lead is 189,000 votes over Biden, 53% to 45.3%. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what are you looking at right now? What's jumping out at you?
Right now, I was just looking every now and then. I just like to look at president by county. We look by states all the time. I just like to look by county. You'll see a lot more red counties in America. You always do. That's the way it works. But because of the smaller counties, but the Democrats win in the red counties. We're just taking a look at that. It's a personal curiosity as we go through the nights. And now we come back to this right here, 50.7 to 47.9 in the national vote. But that's not how we pick presidents. We look at 2020 right here. Look what has just happened in the last few minutes. Ohio is red. The president ahead right now. If you look at the vote there, 70% there, 128,000 lead. A big shift there as more votes come in the state of Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. This is why we've been telling you throughout the night, requires a little bit of patience on our part and on your part as well. They're counting votes in different ways, and so we're going to see some swings. And sometimes they're going to happen quickly when new votes come in. The President of the United States now leading in a state he must win, battleground Ohio, 50.8 to 47.9. 70%, still a ways to go. And as David Chalian noted earlier, we're waiting for some early vote here. We're waiting for states to count their votes. Some are doing it in a different order. Early voting, mail-in voting, and today voting. We'll see how it plays out. Just want to check to see if the margins are changing at all as we play through this. This is a big shift. This is a very big shift on the map. President Trump, Ohio goes back to red for now. We're not done. We have a ways to go. 30% of the count there. You're looking at Pennsylvania right now. If you're looking at this map right now, let me just pull it back out a second. If you're a Democrat sitting at home right now, you're looking at this map and you say, oh my, it's happening again. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you're a Republican, you're saying that's what we needed. Here's the thing. Slow down. We have a long way to go in all of these states. No offense to anybody, but we're 21% right here. We know Pennsylvania has some issues. Some of the mail-in votes won't even be counted until tomorrow. It's worth looking at. These are all real votes. The question is, we don't have context yet because we're so early in these states. So just be careful. Don't look at the map at this hour and make any judgments because we're in the middle chapters here. In some states, in the early chapters, again, the president has a lead in Michigan right now. Last time we were here, he was leading in Wayne County. We knew that wasn't going to happen. Joe Biden is ahead now, but that's a tiny, tiny vote count. There's a long way to go in these states. That's what makes them interesting. They're going to flip back and forth a little bit. Let's move over to Wisconsin and look. And again, the president has a narrow lead here, 51 if you want to round that up, to 48 if you round that up. But again, 30% of the vote, a long way to go. So when you pull it out like this, people look at it at home and you think, wow, we're not done. We have a long way to go in a lot of places, including Virginia is red right now. If the president can keep Virginia red, the president's going to be reelected. But we don't know this yet still. 53 to 45, that's actually gotten closer in recent times. And again, you come back up here. This is where elections in Virginia are won and lost. Northern Virginia is what has changed Virginia from a purple state to a blue state, and we're waiting still. We only have 28% of the vote. Fairfax County, it's the largest vote center in the state. It is Democratic, overwhelmingly so. So we'll see when votes come in here. Let's move down here. Look at this. Look at North Carolina. This was over 100,000 at one point. I think it was over 120,000 at one point. It is now 5,000, 2,000 as you speak. More votes come in. That's the magic. That is the magic of live data reporting and the counting votes. 2,000 votes ahead, 49.4 to 49.4 in battleground North Carolina. Joe Biden doesn't need it, but if he gets it, he blocks the president's path to re-election, most likely. This state, remember, and again, this is a textbook example of what we've asked throughout the night. Patience on our part, patience on your part. Early votes came in. Joe Biden built an early lead. Now we're getting election day votes in. North Carolina, tight.
Let's take a look at Arizona. The votes coming in relatively quickly in Arizona. I think nearly a quarter of the vote is in Arizona.
And so you see it blue right now. Not since Bill Clinton has Arizona ended the night. We're not at the end of the night, but not since Bill Clinton, with the help of Ross Perot, has Arizona gone blue. And so you look at it now, and you see the entire state. You see the familiar cities: Flagstaff, Sedona, Yuma, Tucson. Let's be honest, this comes down to Maricopa County and Phoenix, one of the fastest growing areas in America. 60% or more of the vote comes right out of here. 77% of it in. Again, we'll figure out what's missing from that. But Joe Biden at 54%, the president at 44, so a 10-point race, a little under 10-point race. Let's just go back and look at it. Excuse me, get that to click in. Again, so Donald Trump wins Arizona 4 years ago, wins Maricopa County. This is the biggest basket of votes. Phoenix and the fast-growing suburbs. 4 years later, from 2016 to 2020, this is one of the fastest-growing states. You get out of Phoenix, you get down here, Goodyear and the like, fast-growing suburbs. Again, the suburbs have revolted against this president. There's an important Senate race in this state as well. Let's come back to 2020 and look at the map. That Maricopa County is blue, is a source of joy in the Biden campaign right now. They have to keep it that way. Let's just look down here. Pima County, again, 64 if you round that up to 35. 80% of the vote in. You go back here, 54. So by 10 percentage points, you're overperforming Hillary Clinton. Just want to see how the turnout is here. 224,000 4 years ago, already 260,000. Again, one of the gifts of this election, no matter who wins, is turnout is up everywhere. That's a good thing. We want that to happen every time. But again, you see the split right there. Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton there. You got some rural areas here to fill in the state. If you go back in time, you can see what happens here. The states, but this is it. This is it. Maricopa County, Phoenix, the suburbs around it. Again, traditionally Republican territory, increasingly because of demographics and because of the suburban revolt against the President of the United States. Maricopa County, if that holds up, that's the ball game in Arizona, but we have a ways to go there. The biggest piece of the state, Joe Biden doing what he has to do otherwise. And again, Wolf, we talked about this before. Both campaigns look at the last guy's map. So you look at the Trump map from 2016. If you're Joe Biden, priority one, hold every Clinton state, and then look for things to flip. If you can flip Arizona, you're chipping away at the president. So the main priority for the Biden campaign is that blue wall. Let's come back out and look. This is the main priority. Flip these guys back. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. If you do that, that's all you have to do if you're Joe Biden. That's all you have to do. But your backup plan, get something else, right? North Carolina is your hope. That one's getting close. If you can't get these, you go over here as well. You say North Carolina right there. That's 1,300 votes.
Basically a tie right now.
That's basically a tie. Again, if you end it that way, you win. A win is a win. But we got a ways to go. 86%. This is why they're so much fun. Let's just come back out here and see if anything's updated. No, still at 70% here. Got to give these states credit in the challenge they face. Many of these states are reporting pretty quickly. Yeah. In the challenge they face with all the different kinds of voting this year, it's a good thing to see. Just want to check. He wants to go back to Arizona here. I was going to check the upper Midwest, but you see 70% of the vote in here. And again, let's just see here, 70%. So 4 years ago, more conservative part of the state, 51. This is where we are now, 51 to 46. Let's just go back, 48. So the president actually doing fine here, right? Doing better, at least so far, right there. 26,000 votes now, 25,000. So the president doing better here, running up some votes here. The problem for the president, when you look at it this way, don't come back to 2020, is that's great. That's what you want to do. You want to do better everywhere you can. The issue is way more people live here, way more people. And so you get 798,000, 77% in. Let's compare that to Secretary Clinton 4 years ago. She had 702,000 to end the night. We're not done yet. And she was at 45 with the president at 49. Joe Biden, 54%. That's game changing. If you can keep that there, we're still counting in Arizona. And again, that would be a flip. If I can walk over here, I just want to show you the significance of this as you come through this here. Let's come back to the president's map from 4 years ago. And again, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at this map, you had a very comfortable lead here coming in. That would get the president down to 290. You had a lead here. That would get the president down to 280. Then if you can pick this up here, you're at 269, 269. Everybody at home, take a gasp right now. 269, 269. It never ends up this way, but we do have scenarios where it happens. And then if you're Joe Biden, you look up here in the state of Maine, you think you're going to pick up that second congressional district. Just that, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, that's just as, I mean, they're not easy to win, so I shouldn't say just. But Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and the congressional district there. There's also a congressional district in here, Nebraska and Maine. Do it by congressional district where Joe Biden is favored. So it is possible for Joe Biden to win the presidency. That's a squeaker, but that's why Arizona is so important. You're looking at this map, you're thinking, well, Trump, is he going to pull off Pennsylvania again? Joe Biden had, 5, 6, 7-point lead at the end of the race. Hillary Clinton had 3, 4-point lead at the end of the last race, but you're not sure. You're not sure about that. You think you're going to get it back, but you're not sure. You feel more comfortable about this. You feel more comfortable about that. If you can get that, that's the game. That's the game. You look at the last guy's map, you take something away. That's why Arizona matters. Also, just remember the demographics of the United States. When I started covering presidential politics, that was red. That was purple, competitive state. That was red. That was red. The changing of American demographics. I know tonight we're picking a president, 2020 and beyond, but we're also watching a changing country and how it votes. And it's fascinating. Now we'll come back to here because we're not done yet on these things. But here's where we are right now. As they start to build the building blocks up, this is where it gets interesting. 89 to 72. We're starting to fill in as we come over here. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, right? Yes, we are. I had to check the watch on that one. We're into the 10 o'clock hour, which is, this is where in presidential politics, 10, 11, up to midnight.
Yeah, California, Oregon, Washington State, they're about to close at the top of the hour. Those are big states as well.
And they're counting more votes here, too. That's why, as we get later into the night, this is why it matters more. And so let's just look at it again. Again, this is one Trump wanted to flip. Joe Biden wants to flip Arizona. Donald Trump wanted to flip Minnesota. Not happening if you look at it right now. So we don't see that yet. We'll watch them. We'll continue to watch it. Just want to keep checking in on these. Again, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If you can hold those, then you hold the presidency, right? But again, we just want to remind you, you're going to see things on the map. You're going to hold for a while, but this is slower count. So we're going to see this play out. 30% of the vote in Wisconsin. You come over to Michigan. Again, some of this may come tomorrow. We'll see. They're going to do the best they can. As we get later in the night, we'll know more about that. And then you come over here to Pennsylvania. Again, very, very early in the night. You see, I just want to take a peek down here, see how we're doing in Philadelphia. Look, 70,000 votes in Philadelphia, which means nothing, which means we're just starting.
9%.
Yeah, we're just starting the night in Pennsylvania, so we need to be careful about drawing any conclusions there. So then let's look at where we do have a lot of votes, right? This is real business now. When you get to a place, 72% in Ohio, Donald Trump up, stretching that lead a little bit, 177,000 votes. The Republican governor, Mike DeWine, thought the president would squeak it out. We'll see. Got a ways to go yet. As David Chalian noted, there's some early votes still to be counted there, so this could swing again. That's why we count to the end. And I want to come back to North Carolina, which is now red for the president, 25,000 votes ahead. This again, you're going to watch the map swing, right? Joe Biden had a big early lead in North Carolina. Democrats get optimistic, but we have to remember the difference of this night in the pandemic election, the different ways people voted and the different pace at which states are counting them. North Carolina now, the president ahead, up to 88%, 49.6 to 49.2. That means we still have more to count, but you see the swing. And we're going to see that. We're going to see some states start out blue and go back red because of the way the votes are counted. Sometimes they count the early votes first or the mail-in votes first, and today votes, election day votes later. Other states do it in a different order, and they'll swing the other way, which is why we just got to finish. Don't try to end the book before we get to the finish line. Right. 49.6 to 49.2. Let's pull this out. You see this red here. Again, this one here, I'm waiting to see, up to 54% right now. There are some Democrats in Virginia who are starting to get a little nervous, and they're calling the Fairfax Board of Elections and saying, hello, can we get the votes? So let's see what happens. We watch that one play out and come down here, battleground Florida. Again, president's starting to inch this one out a little bit. 51 to 2, 47.8, but 94%. Again, this is Florida. If that holds, by Florida standards, that's a blowout. But we'll see. We'll go back 4 years ago, 49 to 48. One of the things we are seeing, one of the things we should make note of this, we have it earlier, is that the third-party candidates are not getting the votes they did 4 years ago. So you have winning candidates in states getting over 50%. The national vote still right there. Let's go back to Arizona and see if we've racked it up at all, up to 73% now, 210,000 votes ahead. Again, 54 to 45 if you round it up, 49 to 45 4 years ago. Joe Biden. Maricopa County is the difference right now. And again, the city of Phoenix, the suburbs around it. If you go to Arizona, if you were there 10 years ago and 5 years ago and 5 weeks ago, you just know the change that's happening. This is one of the fastest changing places in America, growing out here in the suburbs. 800,000 votes, just shy of that for Joe Biden right now. I just want to go back and look at the math. Hillary Clinton got 700,000 votes plus 702,703 if you round up Maricopa County 4 years ago. Again, turnout is up everywhere. Joe Biden's already surpassed that. 77% of the vote. That's a fascinating state, and that's fascinating. One of the questions about American politics is what's changing. Is it just a Trump change? Is it if this finishes tonight, blue?
There are a few counties that haven't even reported.
Yes, they've got nothing in some of these counties here. Apache County out here. Again, there's not a ton of votes out here, but if you just bring it up, 17,000, 8,000. So Maricopa is 60% or more of the vote, depending on the turnout. But it matters if it gets close. It certainly matters. And so that's one of the, you look at it. Every vote counts. I don't mean to discount anybody's vote. Every vote counts. But in terms of the swing of the state, this is going to determine most of it. And you're at 77%. But to your point, when you get this higher, if it's close and you get this higher, that's when you're looking around. And that has been part of the marvel of Donald Trump's winning. Is that in places like that, even when he gets beat in the cities, not so much in Arizona, but in some of these other places, again, look at all the red in the middle of the map, right? Not a ton of people live here, but the president runs it up, gets his 6,000 votes here, gets his 14,000 votes here, and you go on and on and on, and that's how he does it. In these smaller counties, turnout is high, he runs it up, and so far, let's come down here. I just want to look one more time. That has stayed exactly the same, 25,482. South Carolina was blue for a little bit early on. You see that one going back to its DNA, the conservative state there. Georgia, not as competitive at the moment. Again, 52% though. So again, you're in this night where you have three different kinds of voting, different states, sometimes within a state, different counties reporting them in different order. The Democrats were hoping right here to have a closer state, but look, Fulton County, still, again, a third of the vote. This is it. This is by far. And so you move around these counties here. You have Cobb here. You move Fulton here. You come out here. It's very slow, 1% here. So we have this is the bulk of the vote in the state.
Georgia potentially could become a lot more competitive because a lot of the major Democratic counties have not reported yet.
Right. Very low percentage here, all around the Atlanta metro area. And again, these are the smaller ones here, but still 8th of the county. So you're looking, Joe Biden's ahead, the 72% here. You move closer into Atlanta, 68% here, but then you come over here just 1%. And again, you go back in time 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won pretty big here, and Joe Biden, many believe, will do even better. A, higher turnout, B, suburban rejection of the president. So we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. Maps can be deceptive when you have a big chunk of vote out in the Democratic area here. I just want to check down some other Democratic areas. About halfway there. Not quite, though. So there's more Democratic votes to be had there. Come over to the coast here. About 70% here. So some more votes, but fewer there. So you wait, and you see that's a pretty healthy lead, but it doesn't mean big city like Atlanta, growing suburbs around Atlanta, you can make up some pretty big math when those votes come in, and we'll see when they come in.
I'm curious about Michigan, specifically what percentage of the vote in Detroit has come in?
So we have 30% statewide, and you come down here, and we have less than a third, 28% there. We've been through Wayne County on many an election night, too. Sometimes it goes really late. Sometimes things get a little frustrating, waiting for the count to come in. I'll just use that word. But 147,000, 113,000, 28%. So you come up here again. Now you're going to move up to Oakland County, the suburbs here, about halfway in the count here. This used to be reliably Republican territory, but it has become increasingly Democratic. So here's a question for you, right? Hillary Clinton, 51 to 44 when you round up the president there, 52 to 44 if you round up Secretary Clinton as well. Right now, Donald Trump doing a little better. So let's see what happens there. See if Michigan, again, we're very early in the count here, but that's what you're watching, right? Democrats, to win Michigan, Joe Biden has to, let me move it up a little bit. Joe Biden has to run it up in Detroit and then do well in the suburbs. And again, Macomb County, we're at 35%, so don't jump to any conclusions here. But this is one of the flips, right? This is one of the flips. Barack Obama carried Macomb County twice. What we call them pivot counties. You vote twice for Barack Obama, then you flip for Donald Trump. That has Democrats scratching their heads. Why did we lose those voters? And who are those voters? Well, in Macomb County, they work in the auto industry or they work in related industries like that. Blue-collar workers, people who work with their hands. This has been a problem for the Democrats. Joe Biden said he could get them back. So we'll see. We got a long way to go there, so you don't want to jump to any conclusions. But it's also important if you just pull Michigan up again and you go back to 2016, you don't see a ton of blue here, but you come back to 2012, this is the difference, right? Can Joe Biden, can the guy who was number 2 to Barack Obama on the ticket win back some of these areas that Barack Obama won when he carried these states, many of them quite convincingly? You see that this is Mitt Romney's birth state. I know he moved to Massachusetts, now he's in Utah, but this is where he was born, and Barack Obama beat him by 10 points. So the question is, can Joe Biden get those counties back? We're very early in the count in Michigan right now, a long way to go. And so again, if you're looking at the map from home, if you're a Republican, you say, wow. If you're a Democrat, you say, uh-oh. But we're not done. We got a long way to go.
We certainly do. Let's go check in with Jake, Dana, and Abby.
Thanks, Wolf. So we need to caution our viewers out there. It's early. Whether you're rooting for Trump or you're rooting for Biden, it's early. We're still counting the votes. I don't know if this is 2016 or 2018. You might remember in 2018, things looked really bad for Democrats or uncertain early on. But then, you know, after not just midnight struck, but a couple days, you saw that actually it had been a really great night for Democrats. On the other hand, it could be 2016 with things breaking for President Trump. We don't know. Everyone needs to just take a deep breath out.
Which is hard. I mean, look, this is a nation that is on edge, so it's understandable. But as you said, and as we have been telegraphing as we've approached tonight, it could take a while, and it is bearing out. And what I'm hearing from Democrats in particular, over and over, text after text, let's just wait and see what happens up north. Let's just wait and see what happens, meaning Michigan, Wisconsin, and not as north, but more further north, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Arizona is still an unanswered question about what's going on there, but this is what happens when you have a lot of battlegrounds. And in this cycle, we had a lot of states that were on the grid in terms of competitive races where you're going to have tight competitions between President Trump and Joe Biden, and we have to wait for all the votes to come in to really know where this thing is headed. I do think that based on where we are right now, we're in the choose your own adventure part. We're in the part of the choose your own adventure where we really need the patience. We really need people to just wait until it comes in, because it's not going to be an easy, early, quick night for people. These votes are coming in little by little, and it's tight in a lot of these.
Very tight. And when the polls would say before the election that Joe Biden was up 1 or 2 points in a state, but that was within the margin of error. That meant it was a toss-up, which is what we said.
We're seeing the margin of error
at the
play
time,
out.
and we still don't know about Florida. We still don't know about Georgia. We still don't know about North Carolina. And as we have also been saying, even if you were to give those states, all of them, to President Trump, and we're not, we're still waiting for a lot of outstanding vote, it really does come up to the 3 states up north, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and also Arizona. Those are the states that the Biden campaign has focused most on, and we still don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and one of the things that you heard a lot from the Trump folks leading up to today is that they knew their job was just to get their people out and just to get them to the polls and ignore all of the public polling that we've all been talking about and looking at. And I do think that when you look at the Sun Belt, where we knew that there was elevated turnout, the president is still very competitive in those states, the places that he had to hold on to. Georgia, North Carolina, Florida. He had to keep those states, and he's competitive there. And the reason for that is because his people showed up today.
That's exactly right. He needed, this was a turnout election. It wasn't a persuasion election, meaning there weren't a lot of people out there going, do I vote for Joe Biden or do I vote for Donald Trump? Pretty much everybody made up their mind. The question is whether or not they were going to get out and vote. And the Trump campaign has in cooperation with the RNC, which has been working on its, vote, what they call their voter vault since 2004, they have a really stellar operation. And they actually built it in recent years, modeled after Barack Obama's operation, because his was so good. That campaign's was so good when it came to data, and they've updated it more and more. The Democrats even will admit, and we were talking about this before, that they're a little bit slower on that, but they were relying on some of that, but a lot of enthusiasm.
And I would add that for Democrats, the task was even more difficult because they chose, for a lot of, they would say, really good reasons, not to be on the ground knocking on doors in the way that you might have seen leading up to a normal cycle because of the pandemic.
Right.
So there's no, when I talk to Democrats, everyone acknowledges that is a scenario that nobody anticipated, put them a little bit at a disadvantage, but we may see some of that play out in the places where the president was able to get his people out. Maybe he didn't change any minds, but as long as he got his people out, their argument, their state of the case, their
theory of the case.
Theory of the case.
Yes.
Sorry, I cannot speak tonight. Is that as long as they do that, they can be competitive, and that's the big question. He had to defend his term.
So, and first of all, you have to give credit to President Trump, even when it looked a few weeks ago like this thing was gone and out of his reach. He did work his tail off and get out there and get out to those counties and rally his supporters. And obviously, that has paid off at the very least in making this race so competitive. And again, we don't know where it's going to end up. We have no idea. We still have yet to hear from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and we're starting to hear from Arizona.
Yeah.
But also, I think, I just know that there are a lot of people out there who maybe paid attention only to the most Trump-hating pundits out there who were saying for weeks, if not months, that this was going to be a landslide. And, as they say, you can't get high on your own supply, right? You need
Do they say that?
You need to be able to listen to everyone and all the pundits, left, right,
I feel like
center,
I'm learning
and
so
look
much
at the
about
data.
so much tonight, Jake.
Well, I just think that there are some people out there who are disappointed
No,
because
you're
they
right.
thought this thing was going to be over when.
And by the way, he's an incumbent president who has inherent
But not just that, he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across the country.
But again, we're still waiting to hear.
We are.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona. Wolf?
All right, Jake, thank you. We love the commentary. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at this. Arizona right now, 75% of the estimated vote is in. And Joe Biden has an impressive lead right now, a lead of more than 208,000 votes, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. More than a third of the vote is in New Hampshire right now. Biden has a 27,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.8% to 44.8%. In Minnesota, more than a third of the vote is in there, and Biden has an impressive 285,000 vote lead over Trump, 61.4% to 36.6%. In Iowa right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is 85,000, 61% to 36%. 0.9%. We've got some more states right now. Let's take a look at these other states that are coming in. Michigan, a third of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead by some 210,000 votes, 54.7% to 43.4%. In Pennsylvania, almost a third of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 179,000 votes, 53.4% to 45.2%. In Wisconsin, a third of the vote is in. It's very, very close. Trump is ahead by some 20,000 votes, 50% to 48.3%. In Georgia right now, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead in Georgia of 348,000 votes. Right now, 55.4%. We have a projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win in New Mexico right now. Take a look at that. Joe Biden wins in New Mexico. There he is, the winner in New Mexico. That's 5 electoral votes in New Mexico. So let's see where the Electoral College map stands right now. Right now, with that win in New Mexico, Biden has 94 electoral votes. Trump has 72 electoral votes. The all-important race to 270 needed to win, 94 to 72 right now. 270 being the magic number. You're elected president if you get 270 votes. What are you seeing?
Well, you're seeing a map right now that is going to make Democrats nervous, and so which is why we need to emphasize the point that when you see red Pennsylvania, red Michigan, and red Wisconsin, we are very, 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 very early in the count there. However, if you look at this map right now, the name of the game, if you're Joe Biden, is takeaway, because Donald Trump's the incumbent president who won last time. And so we're not done yet. We're not done yet by any means, but you look at North Carolina, the president's stretching a lead out here, 89%. It's a modest lead, 42,423, about 49.8 to 49. Joe Biden had a lead early on. Donald Trump's election day surge puts him back in the lead. Can he hold it? We'll watch that as we play it out, but Republicans feel good about that. We're coming down to Florida now, and you look here, a 5.6 million for the president, 5.2. Higher turnout in Florida, a very competitive race. Again, we have to wait. We're going to count some things here, but Democrats are not happy, particularly with down here in Miami-Dade, 53%. You see 53, 46, you think that's great, but that's way below where Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. So you're looking at this map here. The plus side for the Democrats is out here in Arizona, where Joe Biden right now, 75% of the vote, 54 if you round up to 45. That's a big shift from 4 years ago when the president won at 49, 45, a 4-point race. You see the president, Joe Biden, the Democrat, above 50 there. So let's just put this into context. Number one, this was the name of the game in 2016. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Some of these states could go on into tomorrow. But as you look at this map, many Democrats say it does raise the scenario many of them are worried about. An hour or two from now, is the president going to come out and say, I win, if he's still leading in those states? We're not done. That's not how we count. These states will decide who wins their elections, and we have a lot of votes to count. But the question is, the name of the game, well, if I'm going to switch maps here, is this is where we are right now, 94 to 72. There are no surprises on this map so far. Everything we see filled in is the way we thought it would go coming into the night. There are also, though, if you think about out here, where we haven't counted votes yet because it's still early in the night, people are still voting. We don't think there are any more surprises out that way, if you will. Nevada was the one Clinton state. The Trump campaign made a run. We'll see. But we expect that to stay Democratic, which is why things get interesting now. Again, we haven't called some of these close states, but this is the calculation in both of the campaign war rooms. This is where Donald Trump started. Joe Biden has to look at this map and say, what do I take away to get him below 270 and to get me to 270? So Joe Biden wanted Florida. Not yet. We'll see. We'll keep counting. Doesn't look that way. Wanted North Carolina. Donald Trump has a lead right now. We'll see. We'll get to the finish line. Georgia, we got a lot of votes out. The Democrats had these targets of opportunity. Can we get these states can we get a surge? We'll watch Georgia. We're still missing a lot of Democratic votes. Texas is filling in red. Again, we haven't called it. We have a ways to go, but it's filling in red right now. So far, you look like you're getting that, right? We're not done. We're not done in Arizona yet either. But as you project it out, so okay, now you got the president at 295. If you're not going to get Ohio, haven't called it yet. We're waiting. There's a possibility some votes out. North Carolina or Florida, where do you go? Well, then we come back. Number one, let's just assume for the sake of argument, Joe Biden gets the congressional district here. Hard to see if there is a Trump election day surge. The president went out here and did a rally, but the Democrats are pretty confident they're going to pick up the one in the 2nd district of Nebraska. So let's do that for the hypothetical. We'll watch as it plays out. Then you're at 293 to 245. So then we come down to where we ended 4 years ago, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? And so Joe Biden, 1, 2 gets you to the finish line. You don't absolutely need Pennsylvania. If you win Maine's 2nd Congressional District, if you win Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District, and you hold Arizona, you can do it without Florida, without Georgia, without North Carolina, without Ohio, and without Pennsylvania. But you have to win these two, right? If you can win this as well, then it's game over. We've always known if Joe Biden could rebuild the blue wall, forgive me, Donald Trump would pay for it. The question is, can he make it happen when right now, if you look over here, again, we're early. This is where Democrats get nervous because they remember 2016. We cannot emphasize enough. We're nowhere close to the finish line in any of those states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We need to count votes, and some of those counts could take until tomorrow. But we talked earlier about Joe Biden having the more menu options. Some of those menu options appear to be closing. We're not done yet, but that we still have, that we can't take Florida away. Still red over there. North Carolina, we'll see on Georgia. Joe Biden had many menu options coming into the night. That list is narrowing, which is why you get into tense time.
I want to check in with David Chalian, who's taking a very close look at the vote in Pennsylvania right now. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, just exactly what John was talking about. I know it's red on the map right now, but we gotta make sure we count the votes here. So what you see is Donald Trump leading Joe Biden in Pennsylvania with 32% of the vote in right now. Let's look at what we know about the early vote. Of that vote that's in, only 18% of it currently is early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We expect that 18% to go all the way up to 45%. So there's a ton more early votes still to be counted here, and that could benefit Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just have to wait to see that early absentee mail vote come in and be counted. Wolf.
Very interesting. We're watching all these states, and this is a night like none other because of all the early voting, a record number of early voting that we've seen in some states taking a lot longer to count that early vote.
Right. Look, the battleground states are always complicated to begin with. Remember Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin 4 years ago. Remember Florida 4 years ago. Even North Carolina for a while we were looking at it, and then it's spaced out. So they're always complicated anyway. They're all the more complicated this time, and all the more difficult, especially for partisans who want to, who want their guy to win, right? And so let's just talk about what David was talking about. We come down here, Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City, and the counties around it. This is by far, it's 12% or more, depending on turnout, of the vote in Pennsylvania, 22%. So when I pull this back out and you see the state red, okay, again, you always want to be leading. At any point in the race, you like to be leading, but it's not contextual in the sense that we have nothing here. Let's just come over here to Montgomery County, 16%. Joe Biden at 89%. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is the name of the game. Democrats have to run up a huge lead. You come over here. Bucks County is the more conservative of the suburban counties around here. If you go back 4 years ago, you'll see this one, 48-47, Bucks County 4 years ago. The challenge for Joe Biden is to try to run it up a little bit more, 50-48. That's about the same, more or less. But again, 12% there, 16% of the estimated vote here. Chester County, 25%. You come back to Delaware County, 16%. So this is where the overwhelming bulk of the votes, the way you get started in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia and the suburban caller around it. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And we don't have many votes. We're still in the single digits or the early teens. We got a long way to go. And so then you come over, you move over to the middle of the state. Again, 52% here, Harrisburg. The president, we know the president is going to run it up in places like this. You get these counties here. 95%, of the vote in here. The president has 70, 68%. The president has 82. Not a lot of people live here, but again, this is how the president does it. In the smaller, more rural counties, he runs it up big. So the challenge again is, we talked about Joe Biden not leading in Ohio right now, but more competitive than Hillary Clinton. Can he be more competitive in places like Washington County? Right now it's 60.9. One that a lot of people were looking at. There was a Trump rally here just the other day. Westmoreland County, 28% in, 63-36 if you round it up, 64-33. It's pretty close. We'll see Biden maybe a little bit higher than Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. That could matter if it's very close. And we'll watch Allegheny as well, but a long way to count.
We're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more coming up right after this. Biden will win the state of New Hampshire, will win its 4 electoral votes. Biden wins in New Hampshire. There are several states now where CNN projects that Trump is winning, 4 states specifically. CNN projects that Trump will win in Louisiana. He beats Biden in Louisiana, wins 8 electoral votes in Louisiana. CNN projects Donald Trump will win in Kansas, beats Biden in Kansas, 6 electoral votes there. Another 6 electoral votes in Utah. Trump wins in Utah. That's the CNN projection. And another 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 3 out of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. 2 of them are still based on a congressional district. 3 out of 5 in Nebraska. So here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. Very, very close. Look at this. Biden has 98 Electoral College votes. Trump has 95. You need 270 to win the presidency. 98 to 95. Look at how close it is right now. Actually, we have a key race alert right now. Let's check in some of the numbers. Coming in from Michigan, 37% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a 235,000 vote lead in Michigan, 54.8% to 43.4%. 37% of the vote is in. 33% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump has a 236,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. 54.3% to 44.3%. 37% of the vote is in Wisconsin. It's close. 25,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.1% to 48.2%. In Georgia, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has looks like a pretty comfortable lead of 387,000 votes, 55.7% to 43.1% in those states. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Arizona, right now, 75% of the vote is in. Biden looks like he has a relatively comfortable 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 37% of the vote is in. Biden there looks like a pretty comfortable nearly 300,000 vote lead over Trump, 60.7% to 37.2%. In Iowa right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has a 76,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.4% to 41%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. No surprises at all so far. 98 for Biden, 95 for Trump.
And so now you're getting into the battleground states as we flip it out. But again, you need the building blocks to get to 270. First, you got to get to 100. Both candidates knocking on the door of 100 right now. But the key point is no surprises. So in the states so far, the Trump campaign hoped to flip New Hampshire. That hasn't happened. There's nothing on here just yet. The Biden campaign hoped to flip. These were all pretty reliably red states. Everything is coming in as you would like, right? Colorado, New Mexico, Utah. The question is, will there be any surprises, right? So at the moment, you're looking at this map. Both campaigns, this is their basic building blocks. So the question is, when you come back here, and again, you start to look at this map, what is it that Joe Biden hoped to change? He thought it was possible. He could flip Florida. We're still waiting on a lot of votes in Georgia, but a comfortable lead for the president right now. North Carolina, a narrow lead for the president, but the president is overtaken. The whole challenge was, would there be an election day surge? We'll see if it holds up. Same thing has happened here. Early lead for Joe Biden. This is the anomaly of 2020. Mail-in votes counted. Democrats build an early lead. Election day vote gets counted. Republicans come back. We saw it here. The question is, does it hold up? We're not done yet. Joe Biden thought it might be possible to flip here in a big wave election. Democrats had their hopes up that this was a statement election. Again, we're not done with Texas yet. We're still counting votes there. We don't see it yet. So then you're back to, okay, if there's not a big map-changing, game-changing election, what does it come down to? Well, then we get back to here. And we're nowhere close in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to counting. So right now, if you're looking at the map and you're thinking, what might Joe Biden flip? Right now, this is, we're not done with it yet, but that gets the president down some. But then to get him down more, we'll see. If you can mount a comeback in Florida, that changes everything. If you can mount a comeback in North Carolina, that changes everything. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, you're back into this calculation up here, Wolf. And if for Joe Biden, the blue wall was why Hillary Clinton lost. And if Joe Biden's going to win, he's going to change some of those.
David Chelyon's getting some insight into what's going on in Michigan right now. What are you seeing?
This is the state of play in Michigan. You see Donald Trump's lead here, 1.1 million to Joe Biden's 907,000. 37% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we know about the early vote, okay? Of that 37% that's in, 17% of that current vote is early vote. We expect the share of the early vote to go up we expect at the end of the night 55% of the overall vote in Michigan to be early vote. And we know that Joe Biden is doing much better in the early vote. We also know we have almost no early vote in Wayne County, Detroit, big Democratic area, very, very little early vote in Macomb, no early vote at all in Kent. Those two have been sort of battleground counties. So as that share of the early vote goes up, the Biden campaign is hoping he can start to have room here to overtake that lead that Donald Trump currently holds in Michigan. Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. John, let's take a closer look at Michigan right now. That's a key battleground state. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. The Democrats are hoping to win it this time.
It's made, but let me start with your point. Trump won it very narrowly 4 years ago. You see that big lead right there. Even if the president wins Michigan, we have no expectation it would be by such a large margin. That's why, again, you look at certain things and you realize this is an election like no other. We're counting votes in different sequences, so we have to be careful as we go. If you're the Republicans, your Trump campaign, you're looking at the map, you think it's great. But remember, let's come in here. As David noted, Wayne County, about 28%. This is Detroit and the suburbs around it. By far, it's about 18% of the vote, 18% in a high turnout election. It could be a little higher than that. 147,000 right there. Let's just go back in time. 519,000 votes for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, and Democrats were disappointed. The turnout was down in Wayne County compared to 2012. But remember, so you have 519,000 then. This is a higher turnout election. We know that. Maybe the president wins Michigan, but the numbers are going to go up from that. And so when you see that's where you are now, you know that everybody just needs to slow, and we need to count more votes here. So let's move up to Oakland County. Again, Joe Biden leading. We think a little bit more of the vote in here. But again, 233,875 leading. Let's just go back and look at it here. Again, we think turnout is higher this year. Secretary Clinton was well above that in this county. And so we just need to wait. We need to let the vote come in. Let's move over to Macomb County. President carried this county 4 years ago. Again, key blue collar. It's a laboratory for so-called Reagan Democrats. Political scientists study it. The president won it 53% with 224,000 plus votes. We come over here now. Again, he's leading. It's a higher turnout election. We're only at 143,000 votes. So we just need to slow down and let them count the votes in Michigan. And again, there's a possibility we don't get them all tonight. So you walk out through and just look at the map here. You come back to 2016 and you see over here, for example, Hillary Clinton won along the border here. It's a smaller county, but you just come back and look in 2020. The president's leading there right now. But again, 43% of the vote in. Just want to move around a little bit and see what the votes are. You come to Kent County. David mentioned this. This is Grand Rapids. It's red right now. Democrats think they can do some business here. Come back into 2016. You see it was 48 to 45. This is another one of those suburban battlegrounds we're looking at. The president won the suburbs narrowly 4 years ago. This is a textbook case of that, 48 to 45. Democrats think this time it will be different. In the vote so far, about half counted, 54 to 43. So we'll see. This one stays red throughout the night. That bodes well for the president in Michigan. But we have a long way to go. And it's the same story when you shift over here to Wisconsin, about 40% in. But I just want to come down to look at the major thing here. Milwaukee, you see Joe Biden with fewer than 100,000 votes. That tells us, Wolf, a lot of counting still to do. We all just need to be patient, relax, get through it.
We certainly will. We got some more projections right now. All right, let's take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Illinois, will win 20 electoral votes in the state of Illinois, beats Trump in Illinois. Trump beats Biden in Missouri, 10 electoral votes in Missouri. Trump wins in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. And here's where it stands on the road to 270 needed to win. Biden now has 118. Trump has 105. 118 to 105, 270, the magic number. The presidential race is moving to the west right now. We're counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern and the biggest electoral prize of the night. We're talking about California. The polls are about to close there, as well as in Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. Those states have 78 electoral votes of the 270 needed to win. Joe Biden is counting on blue California to push him closer to 270. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan right now. 38% of the estimated vote is in Michigan. Trump still maintains his 240,000 vote lead over Biden, 54.7% to 43.4%. Lots of votes outstanding, though, in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, 37% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 344,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.9% to 42.7%. In Wisconsin, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 21,000 vote lead over Biden, 49.9% to 48.4%. In Georgia, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Trump seems to have a pretty comfortable 372,000 vote lead over Biden, 55.4% to 43.4%. Let's take a look at some more states. We're getting some more key race alerts in Arizona right now. 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a 208,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.7% to 45%. In Minnesota, 38% of the vote is in. Biden seems to have a pretty comfortable 290, almost 291,000 vote lead over Trump in Minnesota. In Iowa right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 112,000 vote lead over Trump, 56.4% to 41.8%. Let's walk over, as we like to do, John King at the Magic Wall. We're watching these states. You're looking at counties over there, and you see what's going on. But go ahead, tell us what's on your
I was just doing some matching up to try to see where the president's overperforming, where he's underperforming, looking at different places. It's early, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, but just trying to get deep in to study a little bit. That's what I do when I get a little chance, just study, go into some states and take a look around and study. So where are we right now? If you look right here, so you got Illinois. You're adding, as I said, it's a reliably Democratic state, has been for a long time. But when you're doing your building blocks, you like the big ones, right? So you like to take those out. New York, Illinois, in the Joe Biden's column gets them up to 118. The president's at 105. But just in the idea of just you think about the bigs, right? We're not here. We have not called these states. But I just want to say, early on in the night, the Democrats are thinking, can we get Florida? Can we get Texas? Well, those are the two bigs and two normally reliably red bigs. We've not called these states. I'm just walking through. The president leads there right now. The president leads there right now. So that you just see what happens when you win the big ones. You see how quickly the math changes. So that's what's important from the perspective. And if the president holds that one as well, that gets you up. And if the president holds North Carolina, you start moving up, right? The bigger states, the double digits, if you will, big double digits here, 30 plus, 20 plus. 15, you move it, then you're just moving up the math when you do the big ones. So that's what they're looking at in the Trump campaign right now. If we hold Texas, and they think they will, we hold Florida, they think they will. We're not done. We're not done. That's just what they think. North Carolina, they've pulled ahead. It's close. We have to count them still. Same with Ohio. We're still counting votes. But as you see that happen, you see the election day surge pull you ahead, you think it's going to continue. It's not guaranteed. But that's what they think. And you know what? You wouldn't get a lot of pushback in the Biden campaign. They're still hoping the votes come back. But as you start looking at the map now, you start thinking, OK, this is a more traditional map, which, again, gets us back to where we began or where we ended 4 years ago. Whoa, how did I do that? That was good. You do the double sometimes. It gets you. There you go. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is where this night now looks like a lot of us thought this would come down to this, and it certainly looks like it's going to again. Again, we're not done. You see Joe Biden with I think I'm going to glance over my shoulder. Yes, still leading a little bit in Iowa. You see a lead in Montana. We don't expect these to hold up, but we'll see, right? You get surprised sometimes. But so right now on the map, you're looking at this would be the only flip right now. That's the only flip we see for Joe Biden to get him up. But, it's easier to do it more quickly if you switch over here to the president's map. And so the flip we think so far, we're not done, is this. We believe so far the president's holding down here, which gets you back again. Arizona would get Joe Biden, plus the Clinton states. Arizona gets Joe Biden to 243. Well, then how do you get to 270, right? Could get one here if you carry Maine, but then you need more. So if that gets you to 244, let's just say for the sake of argument, you get one of these. We're still waiting on two of those districts there. Let's just say you get one of them. Right, so then you're looking here, 245. So what do you need, right? Do the math. You need 25. That would get you knocking on the door because that's 20, right? This is the state of these three states in the blue wall. That's the one the Trump campaign feels more confident about. That would be enough. Michigan and Wisconsin would get Joe Biden to 271 if he got these two congressional districts plus Arizona. The math gets interesting if the president can hold. Bring it out here. Sorry, I got to fill them all in, but that's okay. Just fill them all in and come back. President does that. You think one congressional district could decide an American presidential election? Doesn't happen that often, but it is possible. This is where, again, if the possibilities, the menu at the beginning of the night, maybe we get Florida. In a dream world, we get Texas. Maybe Ohio's competitive. We think we can get North Carolina. At the moment, none of that is there. We're not done. It's possible it comes back. At the moment, none of that is there. So now your numbers crunchers are getting into the tougher math, the more difficult math, and the different scenarios. And trust me, they're calling into that congressional district, they're calling into that congressional district, and they're calling in a fury into these, because now we're into tense time in both campaigns.
And in those three states, those so-called blue wall states,
Right.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, there's still plenty of outstanding votes there.
Plenty of votes. And again, we're going to say this repeatedly, and some people at home might not like that we say it repeatedly.
And a lot of the early vote is outstanding, too, where Democrats will do well.
It is, which is why, as I come back over here, as you're watching the map throughout the night, in any election, again, we are 10:55. In any presidential election that's close, we're just getting started. We are just getting started. That would be the case 4 years ago, 2004, pick your close election. That's the case. This year's even more different because of the three different ways of voting and the different ways each state is handling that, right? The mail-in vote, the in-person early vote. And so here you go. We're going to look at it. 40% in. You see that big lead for Donald Trump. If you're a Republican, you have every reason to be happy about that. But you also need to have the context. You have to have the context. You come down here. This is Montgomery County, one of the big suburbs around Philadelphia, 29%. You go into Philadelphia, which is the biggest basket of votes, predominantly Democratic. Turnout here is absolutely key. We'll see if Democrats can deliver, but you're only 20% of the vote roughly there. You move up here, Bucks County. This is a more competitive suburban area, but you're still at 12% of the vote. Move out here, Chester County. This is where most of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround it, 30%. So you just have a long way to go. And we know, David Chalian told us earlier, a lot of the votes that are missing are the early votes, which we believe are disproportionately Democrat. And even if we were just counting for one set of votes, even if we were just waiting for all the votes counted today, what we have from this part of the state is so low that you just can't make conclusions. You just can't. We have to wait and see. And it looks good. The map looks at first glance to Republicans, but we're just nowhere near the finish line. Nor are we in Michigan. 39% of the estimate, 54 to 43. You think that's a big number. If you remember how close this was 4 years ago, 10,000 votes, right? 10,000 votes decided this state 4 years ago. So it is just unrealistic. Even if the president's having a very good night, it's unrealistic that he's going to win Michigan by 238,000 votes. If he wins Michigan again, maybe it's by more than 10,000 votes, but it's not going to be by 238,000 votes. We just know that. So when you see that number, that's when you know this is the anomaly of 2020 and how we count votes, and we need to be patient.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
Let's go out west, because this would be, so far, this would be the flip. This would be a change. We're up to 75%, 208,000 vote lead, and some change there. Again, 54% to 45%. If you go back, not since Bill Clinton has a Democrat won this state, and in 2016, not a huge win by any means. This is why the Democrats wanted to compete this year. Arizona is trending demographically, and the Democrats think this year, demographics plus the suburban revolt is what gets you there. 1.2 million votes won it 4 years ago. If you come up here now, Joe Biden already has that, and we're still counting votes there. Again, turnout up across America in this election. That looks good. That doesn't mean we're done. We have to count them. Let's just look at Maricopa County, 77%. If this holds up, if the trend lines hold up, this is where 60% plus of your votes are. If you keep a 10-point margin in Maricopa County with high turnout like this, you're going to win the state of Arizona. But we're not done yet as we do it. But as we go through the race to 270, and you're Joe Biden, Donald Trump had 306 last time. You need to take away. It's simple. Just do the subtraction. And where do you get them? Arizona would be a start, an important start. It's protection, if you will. It's a safety blanket, but that's it. That's the name of the game. It was 4 years ago, and it sure looks like it's about to be for the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. That's the guess. That's the guess, Wolf, as you go through it. So I just come back out again. I just want to look at this one again because getting a lot of texts and emails from Republicans and Democrats saying, whoa, what's happening in Virginia? Again, 153,000 votes ahead, 52 to 46. That's actually a smaller lead than we saw earlier in the night. I just want to keep coming in here, and we're still waiting. It's not that we could hop in the car and drive over there and be there in 15 minutes. But Fairfax County, Virginia, there's something going on. In Fairfax County, Virginia, we only have 28% of the vote, and it's been that way for a long time. This is a giant basket of Democratic votes. If you follow governor's races, if you follow Mark Warner's Senate campaign a couple of years ago, that's the way it's gone. All of a sudden, a big dump of votes come in, but we're going to keep watching that because it's interesting. Just want to check down here in North Carolina again. 50 to 49 when you round up, 94% in, 69,000 votes. Again, Republicans feel good about this, but we'll keep counting and see what happens in North Carolina. One more time, just want to look at normally the closest of all battlegrounds, 94% in Florida, 51-47 there in Florida. Again, you're looking at the map. There's a lot of red, including in places that the Biden campaign was hopeful it could turn blue. You see Iowa's blue right now. We're not sure if that will last. It's competitive, though. It's a fun one to watch as we go through the night. Still a lot of math to do, Wolf. A lot of anxiety in both campaigns right now.
Yeah, they're nervous on both sides. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all. We're talking about California. It has 55 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. All right, we have some projections right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of California. That's the biggest prize in the Electoral College. 55 electoral votes. Biden will win California, beats Trump in California. CNN also projects that Biden will win in Washington state. 12 electoral votes. He beats Trump in Washington state. CNN also projects Biden will win in the state of Oregon. 7 electoral votes there. Biden wins in Oregon right now. One projection for Donald Trump right now, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Wyoming. That's 3 electoral votes. In Idaho, too early to call, 4 electoral votes in Idaho. We cannot make a projection there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now. Right now, Biden has a wide lead. He has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump has 108. 192 to 108. Let's get a key race alert in some of the battleground states where things stand. Let's start in Pennsylvania. 41% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over Biden, 56.8% to 41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a significant lead there right now as well, 239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead in Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192 to 108 lead in the all-important Electoral College battle.
And the West Coast, which again, when I started doing this many years ago, this was competitive territory. Not anymore. Washington, Oregon, California, locks for the Democrats in presidential politics, and that's those are great building blocks, right? They're not competitive anymore. The only reasons Republicans go to California now is to raise money. 192 to 108. So now the question is, you need to get to 270. This is the hard part. I hate to say it this way, but it's easy for a Democrat to get to 192. It's just easy given you know Illinois, you know New York, you know California, you know Washington and Oregon are going to be on your side. So the question is, working off this map, let's work. Since you're now at 192, you try to get there. How do you get there working off this map? Well, that's a Clinton state, right? Trump campaign's trying to flip it, but let's, for the sake of argument, assume it stays Democratic. We'll watch and we'll count as we go. That was a Trump state. Joe Biden is leading right now there. If it holds that way, out here, look at this, Colorado, New Mexico, the West Coast will be good to the Democrats in the Southwest if this happens. So that would get you to 209. So then you come this way, you're looking at the map, right? Where are the Clinton states? That was a Clinton state, right? So you think that's going to happen for you. And you keep looking at the map here. Virginia, which is really interesting right now, it is still red. You just assume, and we'll see if it's a change. If it's that kind of a night, it's that kind of a night. But you assume that one's going to come back into the fold, and they're just waiting for Democratic votes to come in. They're having a problem in a county or something. That gets you there. Then you come up to Maine, and you assume if you're the Biden campaign, you're going to win the whole thing. We need to see this. Maine does it by congressional district. There's one of them that President Trump carried 4 years ago. The Democrats believe they're going to carry that state. They believed a few other things about tonight, so we'll see what happens as we go through. But let's, for the sake of argument, give it to them. So then you're up to 236, right? Maybe they get one in Nebraska. Let's just leave that off the table right now. Let's just wait and see how you play. So you're at 236, right? There's 246. That's 262. That's 262. So you're looking at this map. And where do I get it, right? Where do I get it? Well, that's the easiest one. And we still don't have, I didn't get Rhode Island on this map. So let me come in here. There we go. So you get Rhode Island. That would get you 286, but that's with Pennsylvania. That's with Pennsylvania. You bring Pennsylvania back off the map, you're at 266. This is where you get close here, right? This is where you get close here. We're going to keep going out to the west, and we do that. That gets you to 270. So could it be, in a race against Donald Trump, wouldn't it be something if Barack Obama's birth state is the one that puts you over the top? That would be interesting if you go that way there. But so you have Hawaii, you have Nevada and Colorado. We're going to watch. So this is interesting. So you don't need Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden now, but now you're in this different mood in Biden headquarters. You came into the night thinking you had all this great opportunity. Maybe some of these will come back. But if they don't, you're thinking, okay, We better win that congressional district. We absolutely better win that one. And then we're going to fight it out up in here. And again, if you get Pennsylvania, then stop the conversation. But we might be a couple days on this one. If you don't get Pennsylvania, you're in a scratch and claw mode now, as opposed to early in the night where you thought you might have had a buffet of opportunity.
Let's take a closer look at Arizona and Pennsylvania.
Let me do that and cross over again. We come back in here. And let's start in Arizona. We'll go west to east this time. And again, this one has held up pretty consistently, but we've also been waiting for a little bit. Sometimes you get votes in spurts. Sometimes you have long pauses. We're at 75% right now. That's 8 points, 9 points if you round up right there. That's a pretty healthy lead. Most of it's coming from here in terms of the vote count. You see, just in Maricopa County, Joe Biden approaching 800,000 votes, 10-point, almost a 10, just shy of a 10-point race in Maricopa County. That's 60% of the vote in the state. Then you come down to Pima County, that's another 15% of it. And again, that's not even close. And so every indication here is, we still have votes to count, but every indication here is that Arizona is going to flip to blue. And that makes you happy in the Biden campaign. So then you come back this way a little bit. I just want to check in on Virginia again just to see. We're up to 58%. It is getting closer, but still, we're waiting. And here's your anomaly. Fairfax has been at 28% for a long time. I'll check in with our decision team and our desk team in a little bit to see where that is. Some of these other places, Loudoun County, Joe Biden holding that there. You come over Fairfax County, we're waiting. Northern Virginia, Arlington. So it's Fairfax. Fairfax is the biggest basket of Democratic votes we're missing. I just want to check down here in Southeast Virginia. See Chesapeake area here, 60% of the vote in there. So we're missing some votes in Democratic areas that could flip that. But if you're in the Biden campaign, you're getting a little bit nervous about that, even though your data and your math tell you should be okay. But at this point of the night, you'd like it to change. And again, we're just waiting on these three, and this is the patience.
It'll take some time, and all three of those are. We got a key race alert right now. I want to go to Nebraska right now, the 2nd congressional district. There, 57% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 16,000 votes, 53.4% to 44.8% for Trump. John, this is one electoral vote potentially in Nebraska if Biden can hold on.
So let me come back over here if Biden can hold on. So we're waiting. Nebraska and Maine do their congressional votes by. Let me pull it out like this. Nebraska and Maine do their votes by congressional district, their electoral college votes. So again, especially now, if you're in the Biden campaign and you're thinking, we might not get Florida, we might not get Georgia, we might not get North Carolina. Looks like our dreams of Texas are not going to happen this year. Closer, but close doesn't count. It doesn't get you the electoral votes. If you're at this point in the campaign where normally you think, well, what's one? Guess what? One can matter. And so, again, in this scenario, this is a scenario on the board here, so let me just take these away, right? If you can hold this, you're moving closer, right? You're moving closer. That's assuming Virginia flips back, and that's assuming you hold Arizona and Nevada stays. So these are just, that would be a change. Donald Trump carried that, and that would be a change. Trump carried that. So that's what you're looking to do. Trump had 306 last time. If you're Biden, you have to subtract from that to get him down below 270. That's one, and that's progress, but these are the big ones. These are the big ones. Again, when you're in the tight part of the campaign, if you think you're going to have that close of a race, and it sure looks like we are, then every one counts. And so this includes the main one up here. So the math gets really interesting. And again, if you can do this, just forget about it. Because if you're doing this, you're most likely doing that, and you're probably doing that. We always knew. Joe Biden said, a lot of Democrats said, focus on the Sun Belt. Joe Biden said, no, I'm going to start here, and then maybe I'll expand. If he can do this, we're going to spend a lot of time, and these ones may take, some of them again, we may be into tomorrow and beyond. At the moment, we don't know that, though. At the moment, these are to be decided, and that would push, and again, if you come at this from a Republican perspective, I did Joe Biden's math to get him up. Donald Trump's leading here. He's leading here. He's leading here. We expect him to win here. That's his. This one's interesting. We expect him to get this, and these normally would be Trump states out here. Alaska. So again, we're open to being surprised, but if it plays out in a traditional map, that's where we're going to be. That's where we'll be as we go to the West Coast, somewhere in that ballpark. This is not an exact science, but somewhere in that ballpark, looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe Iowa, and the one more congressional district there. That's the way the map looks right now, that we're going to have that tense. And we'll see. Sometime, again, we've had some surprises so far, but we haven't had many flips. We've had some tension. We've had back and forth. And we'll see how it goes. Right now, the only flip on the board is Arizona, maybe that congressional district. We're going to count votes. And again, it's fun for us. It's tense. If you're in the campaign headquarters right now, it is really tense.
Both campaigns, they're very, very nervous right now. But this election is basically different because there's so much early voting that occurred, especially in those blue wall 3 states, and that apparently that early vote, which skews Democratic, has not really been counted yet.
No, and so that's the issue. And I would switch over, and I switch this back. We go through these hypotheticals. It's not to alarm you at home. We go through them. I like to switch it back at the end, so just if you do see it again, you understand where we are, not where we might be. This is where we are in terms of votes. And everything here, this is all real. It's just some of it's not contextual yet because we're waiting. We have pieces of votes, but we're missing pieces of vote. And again, at this point in the night, I don't think a lot of people thought Donald Trump would be leading in the popular vote, but we have a long way to go. But it's significant, 51% to 47%. He's 3 million votes ahead. He's 3 million votes ahead. We don't have any votes from California, the nation's most populous state. So that's going to change. We know that without a doubt as the West Coast comes in. We know that without a doubt. But we also know, Pennsylvania is not a small state either, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we have not much in so far. 1.6 to 1.2, just to go back in time. And remember, 2.9, 2.9. We have a long way to go, and turnout is higher this time, right? So this is just shy, this is just shy of 6. You add in, it's just shy of 6 million, and we're not there. We're just not there. And so if you're looking at the map as a Republican, you're grateful that it's red, but it's really early on. We got a long way to go. And again, I'm going to be a broken record here, but we're looking at Northampton County here, maybe 40% of the vote, a little shy of that. You come down here to Bucks County, key suburb just outside of Philadelphia. This is the more conservative of the suburbs in the call around Philadelphia. 12% of the vote, maybe. You come down to Montgomery County, again, big suburban area, absolutely critical to the Democrats. So you see that Trump lead right now, but we haven't counted most of the votes in Montgomery County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Chester County. We haven't counted most of the votes in Delaware County. And the biggest basket of them all, Philadelphia City, and then Philadelphia County around it, the suburbs around it. It's going to be overwhelmingly Democratic, and we haven't counted hardly any of it.
Only 22% of the vote. Philadelphia County is in.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at a football game and just saying, okay, first quarter, end it. It's not the way it works.
I want to check in with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia right there, and it's slow going through the influx of mail-in ballots. They've gone through around 76,000 mail-in ballots, and they have a lot more to go. In total, they have around 350,000 to get to. That's according to the city commissioner there. It's the same story over in Allegheny County. That, of course, is another big county there that has Pittsburgh, the home of Pittsburgh. They also have 350,000 mail-in ballots to get through. And in the Philadelphia suburbs alone, you have more than 500,000 mail-in ballots to get to. So I think, as we're looking at this, as we're looking at the numbers slowly coming in there in Pennsylvania, it is keeping us on the edge of our seats, especially in Philadelphia, that Democratic stronghold, John King, where we had 350,000 mail-in ballots they're going through. Right now, though, like I said, they've only gone through 76,000. That is behind schedule than what they thought. They thought by around 8 p.m. Eastern time, they would have 100,000 counted. So they're behind schedule a little bit there. And I'm told by officials they're going to be working through the night trying to quickly tabulate the influx of mail-in ballots that they got there in Pennsylvania. Remember, they just started this morning opening up those ballots. They were way behind compared to other states. They did not get a head start. And Pennsylvania is a state that does not have a history of counting absentee ballots. In Allegheny County, again, where Pittsburgh is, you have 350,000 ballots that they're having to get through there. And I'm told by officials, again, in Allegheny County, they're going to be working through the night to try to get everything tabulated. But one person I spoke to said, look, this is going to keep us in suspense because they just have to work through it through the night, and we may not have a better idea in terms of the total tabulation for those mail-in ballots for a bit, John.
Who did we get on the phone from Iowa several years ago? Enid, and we may have to do that again. Look. This is where it gets interesting in the sense that the question is, will everybody have patience? And by everybody, I mean the American people, the people who live in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the candidates for president, because you know this. Look, so they have all these mail-in ballots. This is Allegheny County. I'll get rid of the numbers here just to remind you. So look, Joe Biden's leading right now at 98,000 votes. The president has 23,000 votes. It's just not, it's real in the sense that these are real votes, but it's just not contextual in the sense that we know it's a higher turnout election than 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton won this county with 367,000 votes. So when you see right now Joe Biden leading at 98,000 votes, we are in the early chapter of a very big book because it's such a big state. And so that's the key point. The challenge is, do Do we get more in the next hour? How long does this take? What do we start to get? Will we hear from the Secretary of State about this is going to go into tomorrow? We already know there were 6 or 8 counties that said they wouldn't even start counting the mail-in ballots to tomorrow. The Secretary of State was leaning on them to get them to try to start today if they weren't overwhelmed on Election Day. And remember, Pam just mentioned Philadelphia. We don't have to. This is not conjecture because we have the words of the President of the United States, who has spent the last couple of days saying he believes there's cheating and there's fraud in Philadelphia. The question is, many of his advisors have been urging him, stay off Twitter, stop talking about this, let this play out. But does the president lose patience as this night goes on?
We're told that in Pennsylvania, John, more than 1 million mail-in ballots, Pamela Brown was telling us, more than 1 million.
Real, it is real. These are real votes. They're actual votes. So if I say that, I don't mean it that way. I mean, these are real, but they're not. We just don't have the full picture. Again, I just want to show you these counties. This is look. Think about the places where we are close to the finish line. In every one of those states, we're showing you turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Turnout is higher now than it was 4 years ago. Well, look at this. 25,000 votes, 167,000 votes to win the county 4 years ago, and it was higher turnout now. So you're at 25,000 votes. We're nowhere near done. We're just getting started. Move over here to Montgomery County. 4 years ago, this is Joe Biden right now at 110. 4 years ago, 256,000 to win the county, and we know turnout is up now. So 256,000 then, 110,000 now. We have a long way to go. We're in the early count here in Montgomery County. Chester County, again, Joe Biden with 58,000 votes and 56%. Well, Hillary Clinton won this last time with nearly 100,000, right? 80,000 plus more votes. We are in the early count in Chester County. You move down here, that goes into Delaware. Let me come back into Pennsylvania and come into Philadelphia. 584,000 votes for Secretary Clinton in Philadelphia 4 years ago. This is one of the places they felt they did a good job on turnout. 585 say. Joe Biden has 209,000 votes in Philadelphia right now. So what we have is a beginning, but we're so early in this race right now, so early in this race that when you pull this out and you see it red and you see what looks like a 12-point lead for the President of the United States, in the votes counted so far, the President of the United States has a 12-point lead. But there are more than 1 million, even more than that, I would conjecture. Just mail-in ballots, more than 1 million. Other ballots to be counted if people casted their votes today. We have a long way to go in Pennsylvania, Wolf, and a few others.
We'll be patient. We'll watch Pennsylvania closely. We have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win. The state of Mississippi, beats Biden in Mississippi, wins 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. So with that, Biden still has 192 Electoral College votes. Trump now has 114 Electoral College votes. 270, the number you need. Let's get a key race alert right now in Minnesota. Let's start. 46% of the vote is in, almost half. Biden has a 264,000 vote lead over Trump, 57.3% to 40% in Minnesota, 10 electoral votes there. In Iowa right now, 59% of the estimated vote is in. Very close. Biden's lead is almost 40,000 over Trump, 50.9% to 47.3%, 6 electoral votes in Iowa right now. Let's go back to John King as we're watching this. So the count continues, 192. We're watching this race between Trump and Biden, 192 to 114.
Right, 192 to 114. And again, right now, there's nothing on this map that tells it's a flip, nothing on the map that would be a wow. And yet we do know, let's go back. I just want to go back to the Trump map. It's just to take us where we are in the sense that we have nothing yet that we flip. But we do believe at least Joe Biden is leading there. That's a potential, right? So you keep looking at this map. That will get Donald Trump from his 2016 map down to 295. So then you go from there. I think we're in a world right now, Wolf, where I'm just going to take these away, right? Because we're in such an early state in all of them, we just take these away. And so if nothing else changed, right, if the president holds Florida, we haven't called that yet, it's close, but he's ahead. If the president holds North Carolina, same deal. We haven't called it yet, the president's ahead. If the president holds Ohio. Iowa, let me pull out here and look at the map. I just want to take a peek. Iowa is still blue, but I just want to go over and take a look at it here. 59%. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. That would be interesting if that one switched. But at the moment, we'll just leave it here until we know otherwise. We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio, we haven't called it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything like. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? we could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones that are left. We're somewhere in this ballpark, and we're fighting it out over these states.
Yeah, it's it's going to be amazing to watch. Everybody's got to be patient, though, and let everyone count the votes as they should. That's what's critically important.
It is critical, and so we're going to get to a point. I'm going to shift maps again. We're going to get to a point again. So we're looking at 11:20. We knew this was going to take time. The Secretary of State in all three of these states have told us, the chief election official here, Secretary of State here and here, have told us this is going to take time. Please be patient because of the difference between mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and then the Election Day surge. The priority on Election Day is to deal with the people in the line, to deal with the coronavirus safety concerns, for example, to deal with ballot integrity and ballot security when you have moving parts. Then you have to count all those mail-in votes. And so you see red, again, if you're a Republican and you're looking at this map, this is a handstand map, but we're just not there yet. Again, these are real leads, but we're just nowhere near done. And I'm going to keep going through them just to see if the numbers change at all. Delaware County, 16%. Philadelphia County up to 33%. We're at 22% more. And you see the math starting to go up there, but still 33%. And you see 209,000. So you've got at least 300,000 plus. If it's a higher turnout election, maybe 400,000 more votes to win. So we're going to have to watch as this one plays out here. And again, you come into the counties around it. In Bucks County, that's 2016. Let me come back here to 2020. Still at 12%. Again, it's frustrating to people who want to know, especially when you get to this point where if you're a Republican, you think the president's going to hold Florida, hold North Carolina, and hold Ohio. We're not sure about that yet. But if you're looking at the numbers right now, that's what you think. If you're a Republican, you won't get too much of an argument from many Democrats until they see more evidence, until they see something change. They're not going to argue with you. So if you're a Republican and you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, here we go again. And if we're defying the odds here, some people thought we were going to lose Florida. Doesn't look like we will. Some people thought we were going to lose North Carolina. Doesn't look like we will. The Republican starts to think, okay, well, then we're going to do it here again, too. But we just don't know that. We just don't know that. And because of the early counts, I just want to come back out here again. Pam mentioned Allegheny County waiting on a lot of votes. We're at 17%. So just focus. You can look at that or you can look up here. Again, Joe Biden has 98,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. Hillary Clinton carried it 4 years ago with 367,000 votes. This is a higher turnout election. The winner of this county is going to be north of that number, right? Most likely north of that number, at least equal to that number, and we're not even close. And so we just have to be patient and wait it out. That's Pennsylvania. We'll just pull it back and come back in. We'll move over to Michigan. We'll just do the same experiment, right? You look at Macomb County. Let's start in a place where the president is leading right now. That would be impressive. If the president can keep that lead in Macomb County, he'd be in pretty strong shape in Michigan. 143,000 right now. We go back in time, 224,000. This is a higher turnout election. We expect everywhere, at least close to 2016. We don't expect any place really, especially an important battleground place, to be below 2016. So 224,000 votes 4 years ago, 143,000 votes now. What does that tell you? It tells you we have to wait and we have to keep counting. Way more votes down here. Wayne County, Joe Biden is ahead right now with 147,000 votes. You go back in time, Hillary Clinton won it. Again, look at the difference. 147,000 votes, almost 520,000 votes. What does that tell you? It just tells you they have a lot of votes to count in Wayne County, in Macomb County, in Kent County, in other places in Michigan. And we're just going to have to be patient. And the same story, Wolf, we can go through it if you want, over in Milwaukee. I'll just bring up, in Wisconsin, excuse me. You just bring up Milwaukee. Hillary Clinton gets 288,000 votes right now. We're at 122,000 for Joe Biden. We're in, pick your sports. We're in the early innings. And
so
we're just gonna have to wait.
Basically, it looks like those three states are going to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Unless we get a dramatic shift, yes. I mean, we sort of knew that coming in. The Democrats did believe, and the polls said they had an opportunity. Opportunity is not winning. You have an opportunity to win states, you have to execute. I think one of the things we're seeing so far, and you have to tip your hat to the president worked hard in the final days of the campaign. The president staged rallies all around the country, and it seems that his rallies actually generated a high election day turnout, which is what they absolutely needed. Is it high enough? We're not there yet. But you do know that some of these states have moved in the president's direction. Again, we're up to 94% in Florida. Can you overcome 381,000 votes when you're this far up? Unlikely, not impossible. We're waiting to see. And again, because of the differences of this year and the different mix of votes, our people are working extra hard, and so are all these election officials. Florida, they were quick, right? The early count was very quick in Florida. We're going to get to the finish line. Just to pop in and look at a place, you're at 95%, right? In a place that's voting Democratic. So if you're Joe Biden, where can you get more votes? Again, the disappointment in the Democratic Party tonight is right here. not only at the presidential level, but at the House level as well. Some pain in Miami-Dade County. It looks like we're not at the finish line yet, but you see 53% right there. You see 63% right there. That tells you all you need to know about that. So you just come back out on the map. And again, one more real quick, North Carolina, 74,000 votes at 95%, 50 to 49. It's very close. But again, a state the president barnstormed at the end of the campaign. Looks like he generated a lot of election day turnout. Isn't enough? We're not quite there yet. But if you're looking at the map right now, again, we'll get to the finish line soon enough. Some places, maybe not soon enough for the people watching at home. You have to tip your hat to the president for moving the needle in some of these states, see if it's enough to get him to the finish line. And yes, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the three most spoken words in presidential politics the last 4 years, and again tonight.
We'll be patient. Let's check in with Dana Bash. She's got an update on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. What are you learning, Dana?
We have some projections to make, Wolf, and that starts with Alabama. CNN can project that Republicans pick up a seat there. Tommy Tuberville will go on to be the very first term in the Senate there, beating Doug Jones, a Democrat. And in South Carolina, this is one of the most watched races in the country. Senator Lindsey Graham, CNN can project, is going on to win re-election, defeating an incredibly well-funded Democratic challenger. And in Georgia, this is one of two races we're watching tonight. This is the special election. CNN can project that this will go to a runoff. In the state of Georgia, a candidate needs 50% in order to win outright. That has not happened. So Democrat Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, appointed Republican, will go on to that runoff in January. Now let's look at some of the tight races we are watching in the battlegrounds for the balance of power. Arizona. The Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, is ahead by more than 200,000 votes at 55.1%. The incumbent Republican, Martha McSally, is at 44.9%. 75% of the estimated vote is in Arizona. Now let's go on to Iowa. The Democratic challenger is ahead there as well. Teresa Greenfield, it's very, very tight. 599 votes only. She's at 48.6%. The incumbent Republican, Joni Ernst, at 48.5%. And in Montana, the Democratic challenger is ahead. They're very early. Steve Bullock, the former, or the governor, I should say, is ahead by about 12,000 votes. So let's look at what this all means right now. 3 Democrats are leading in Republican Senate seats. Democrats are back to needing 4 seats to pick up in order to flip the Senate. And Democrats have 42 seats. Republicans have 42 seats, and 16 seats remain to be called tonight. Wolf.
So important what's happening in the Senate. All right, thanks very much, Dana. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's see where things stand. Let's start off in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. 46% of the vote is in. Trump has a 436,000 vote lead over Biden, 56% to 42%. In Wisconsin, more than half of the vote is in, 53%. Trump has an 81,000 vote lead over Biden. It's relatively close, 51.3% to 47%. In Michigan right now, 44% of the vote is in. Trump still has a lead of about 274,000 votes over Biden, 54.5% to 43.6%. Let's go back to Jake. Jake, these 3 states potentially could hold the key to who's going to be the next president.
That's right. We're all looking at the blue wall. It was a blue wall until 2016 when Donald Trump smashed it. Now, of course, Joe Biden hoping to rebuild it. So let's go check in with our correspondents who are in those 3 states. Let's start with Miguel Marquez, who is in Detroit, Michigan, where we're told a turnout is higher than it has ever been. Miguel, what can you tell us about the votes that are outstanding? We are waiting to hear how Michigan voted this election season.
Yeah, we know a couple of things. We know that the vote in Detroit, the biggest sort of Democratic stronghold, they are expecting between 53 and 55% of voters to turn out in this election. That doesn't sound like a very high turnout, but when you consider that Donald Trump won Michigan by 10,704 votes back in 2016, that could be a critical difference. Also, across the entire state, they are expecting a record turnout across the entire state. It is not clear how that will affect the vote count for either candidate. We also know that they are still counting. This is a receiving board where the Detroit Lions play, Ford Field, where they are going to receive votes, day of votes all day long. those absentee ballots, they are still being counted as well. The city of Detroit getting through a huge tranche of those. We should be seeing some of those votes coming in very soon as well. So votes being counted in Michigan. In the hours ahead, we expect to see much more vote come in. And rather than taking 3 days for the vote to be finalized here, or at least an unofficial result, they believe that in the next 24 hours or so, we will have an unofficial result of who will win Michigan.
All right, Miguel Marquez in Michigan, thank you so much. Let us turn a little bit east to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we find Sarah Murray. Sarah, there are millions of votes that were cast early in Pennsylvania. The vote right now in Pennsylvania has Donald Trump 1.8 million, Joe Biden 1.4 million, but there's still more than half the ballots waiting to be counted. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, Jake, look, there is a lot of outstanding vote here in the Keystone State, and this is not going to be a process that moves particularly fast. That's what election officials have been warning us about. We know there are a lot of these big counties, Philadelphia County, Bucks County, Chester County. They are going to be counting all night long, and these are not places that have really experienced any issues. They're not having any problems. It just takes a while. And the Secretary of State just wrapped up a press conference here. She said, essentially, we need to stay patient. You also need to be prepared for these vote totals to kind of come through overnight in fits and starts, right? They've been reporting day of totals, then they've been going through, opening more ballots, removing those from the inner envelope, putting them through the scanner, and then uploading bunches at a time. So just as you pointed out, this is going to come in fits and starts throughout the night. We may know by tomorrow morning a little bit something more. It may take a while. You know, the Secretary of State was saying these counties are working as fast as they can and as hard as they can. We know, like I said, a lot of these places are working overnight. It is just going to take a while, and it is the first time that Pennsylvania has had mail-in ballots to this capacity. And remember, they couldn't start opening them until 7 a.m. this morning.
All right, Sarah Murray in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Let's go to Bill Weir, one of Wisconsin's favorite sons, who is in Madison. Bill, tell us about turnout in Wisconsin. We're waiting to hear who the Badger State picked to be their president.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a record turnout like most of the rest of the country, Jake, but it is still very early. In fact, some of the election officials in Milwaukee say they won't have their final numbers in until 5 a.m. And that, of course, will be is expected to be a huge blue boost for President or Vice President Biden when those numbers come in. Just looking at the wow counties around Milwaukee, Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington County, a little bit better than they were 4 years ago for the Democrats. Trump is still leading in those. He won Fond du Lac County a little bit better than he did 4 years ago. But I've been texting with the head of the Milwaukee Democrats, who said he thinks feels like stronger than expected in the Milwaukee suburbs for them, even though Trump is winning those right now. Possibly softer turnout in Milwaukee, they think. Blowout in Madison, likely a red mirage, blue shift kind of night. They think they're shaving those margins around Milwaukee, that they aren't as wide as they were for Hillary Clinton. But as right behind me, we're waiting as all of the wards here in Madison start to deliver all their ballots here to the election supervisor here. So it's going to be a long night in America's Dairyland, Jake.
All right, Bill Weir, thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit, and let's talk about this. I do feel like we've been saying for a long time that, A, anything could happen. This is a very competitive race, and B, that it's really going to come down to these 3 states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and C, that we're not going to probably know who won those states because of all the early vote the night of election night. And all of that is happening, and yet it still feels like people out there didn't hear us when we were telling them that in the previous weeks.
And well, I think people hear what they want to hear or need to hear at any given moment, understandably, given how tense the country is. I'll add one state to what you just said, which is Arizona, which also could be a tipping state, depending on how it goes, given what we're seeing so far. The thing to keep in mind is, and some of our reporters mentioned this, is that what we're seeing now is not including the early vote. And the early vote is the one that Democrats feel the most confident about because they encourage their voters to go and vote early. And so that is the missing piece of these vote totals that we just haven't seen yet, which is a really, really key piece because it could change the dynamic abruptly. And this is, and I'm talking about early vote in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those three blue wall states.
We just can't draw any conclusions right now about what's going on up there. And even Arizona is still unknown. But even if we did know Arizona, we would still need to wait on those states to count all of their votes to really get a clear sense of what is going on. So, yeah, we're asking for patience, but I also think that it's important for people to recognize that this is kind of the opposite of what we were seeing earlier in the night, when we were getting a lot of mail votes from states like Florida, and it was looking okay for Biden. Now we're getting a lot of Election Day votes from those states, and those are going to benefit Trump. We just have to wait and see. We can't even say really what is happening in some of these counties because the percentage of the vote is so low, you can't draw any real conclusions.
And just to underscore what we're all saying is the early votes in Michigan, Wisconsin, and especially Pennsylvania are the votes that we expected to be counted last.
Right.
Particularly in Pennsylvania, because that's the law for some reason in Pennsylvania. And so,
well, the Democrats tried to change it.
They did.
And the Republicans in the legislature wouldn't let them for whatever reason.
Well, I think we know the reason.
Well, whatever it is, that's the reason. They're counting now. It takes a long time. I don't know if this feels like 2016 when Donald Trump pulled this huge upset and surprised everybody, or it feels like 2018 where Democrats actually had a really good night. It just took longer than a night.
But Jake, I want to go back to something that you said at the beginning of the night, and you keep saying, which is, it feels like 2020 because, meaning it's not unlike any other year, because going into tonight, in most of these battleground states, the candidates were within the margin of error.
Right.
Yeah.
That, by definition, means it is a close race in all of these states, and that is what we are seeing play out right now.
Yeah.
And it's a divided country. It's a divided country. It's a close election.
One thing that we can say based on how close the race is in some of the places that Donald Trump was really at risk of losing is that the Republicans really delivered in the sense that they were able to keep those races close and in their direction as we speak right now. We're looking at a map in which a lot of states are red because they're trending red, and they need to stay that way. And for President Trump, that is a really important thing because we would be having a completely different conversation tonight if we were talking about Joe Biden actually expanding the map in a serious way early on in the night.
Yeah. Wolf, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in the 2nd Congressional District in Nebraska. One electoral vote is at stake. 57% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 16,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.4% to 44.8%. In Arizona, a lot more of the vote is in. 75% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 203,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.5% to 45.1%. In Minnesota right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 220,000 vote lead over Trump there as well, 54.3% to 43.6%. There's more states. Let's continue the key race alert right now. In Ohio right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has an impressive 434,000 vote lead over Biden in Ohio, 53.2% to 45.3%. In North Carolina right now, 95% of the vote is in. Relatively close, only a 75,000 vote Trump lead over Biden, 50% for Trump to 48.7% for Biden. In Iowa right now, 70% of the vote is in, very close, only a 31,000 vote lead for Trump over Biden, 50.3% to 47.8%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. So close in some of these states, there's still a lot of outstanding votes to be counted.
Yeah, and we're going to wait late into the night for some of them, we're told. And again, some grace to the local election officials because they have to deal with this wild and different 2020 mail-in voting, in-person early voting, election day voting. However, in some of these states, as you go through them, number one, again, Pennsylvania, we're still waiting, 50% estimate. We're going to be waiting on that one for a while. Michigan, you pull it out, Trump lead right now. But again, it's just not contextual in the sense that you come down here, Wayne County, 147,000 votes right now. That's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Hillary Clinton was at 520,000, 519,000 4 years ago. So it's just a reminder to our viewers that these states are counting more slowly because of the complexities of the 2020 election, and it's going to take time. It may well take into the morning. If that's the case, we'll keep counting and we'll stay up all night and watch it play out. Wisconsin, the same thing. So again, if you lived through 2016 and you're a Republican, you're looking at this map and you're saying that looks great. It does look great. It's just not complete, and it's nowhere near complete. Nowhere near complete. So we just need to see. We need to keep counting votes. So then the other anomaly on the map, if you will, there are two things that look different compared to 2016. One of them is the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm going to zoom in again, Fairfax County right here. This has been this way for some time. This has been this way for some time, stuck at 28% for the largest county in the state. You would think, I know it's a difficult year, you would think the largest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia could do a better job than that, 28% at this point of the night.
Hold on one moment, John.
Sure.
Pamela Brown's got some reporting on what's going on in Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. We're finding out in Fairfax, Virginia, it is slow going, finding out the results there. In fact, we're finding out that they will have their roughly 400,000 absentee ballots results in the next couple of hours, likely before 1 a.m. So far, only around 28% is reported there in Fairfax County in Virginia, and a very small portion of that is Democratic. So we have that going on there. And then you look over in Georgia. It is slow going, John. If you go over to Georgia and some of these counties there, you have Gwinnett County only 29% in. DeKalb, we have only 24% in. And then Fulton has also been slow going. They were delayed because of a pipe that burst earlier. And so they still have 48,000 absentee ballots to go through. They had 2 weeks to process these ballots, but it is slow going there in Georgia. And then we also know, of course, John, in Pennsylvania, more than 1 million outstanding absentee ballots for officials to go through in the Democratic areas there of Pennsylvania. I'm talking about Philadelphia. I'm talking about the suburbs of Philadelphia and Allegheny. And that's not counting these 9 counties, the smaller counties that are waiting until tomorrow to start counting those absentee ballots. So as this picture comes together of what's happening, we really are in suspense there in Pennsylvania.
That's a lot. It's again, you just look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, big state, 20 electoral votes, 2 million to 1.5 million, and you think that's a lot of votes. Just go back in time to Pam's point about how many votes still need to be counted. 2.9, and we expect higher turnout this time. Pam mentioned the 9 counties, at least 6 of those, I think, maybe all 9, but at least 6 or 7 won by Trump. They've just decided they knew they were going to be overwhelmed today. They're not going to count those votes until tomorrow. So you look at that there. I want to pop back to what Pam said in Georgia, because again, if you're in the Biden campaign right now, you're looking at this map and you're thinking all of the opportunities we thought we had might be slipping away, meaning states that we could flip, like Florida, like North Carolina, like Georgia. There are 2 Senate races in Georgia as well. So I just want to go to the point Pam was making and just see what are we looking at, right? So let's come back out first. You look at statewide, a 211,141 vote lead. So you come into the highest population center and you say, okay, well, they're missing a lot of ballots here. Not missing, but they haven't counted a lot of ballots here. So you look at Fulton County, 297,000 there. Let's just see where we are, 196. So Joe Biden is 100,000 votes behind where Hillary Clinton was there. It's supposed to be a more high turnout election, so maybe there's more votes there. That's about 100,000 there. Pam mentioned Gwinnett County, come over here. You see 174,000 for Biden now. You go back, 176. So he's ahead of Hillary Clinton already there with still some votes to be counted. The question you're asking, this is the reason I'm going through this, is it at all possible? When you look at the Donald Trump lead right now, when you go through these areas and you move over here, we had that, we come here again, 81,000 votes. There's a lot of votes to be done here. 81,000 is where Joe Biden is now. You go back in time, 251,000. So you are looking at giant chunks of votes in those counties. You come back out, you see the president's lead is 211,000. When you have that many votes missing from DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Fulton, there's no reason at all for Democrats to give up. There's votes to be counted. The question is, can you win? As those votes are counted, what's your margin? What is your margin? So again, you keep it on the board. If you look at it right now, as a Democrat, you're disappointed. But when you do the math and figure out what's out there, this is why patience is going to be so important. And again, it's the very same situation. Pam mentioned more than 1 million votes here. They're just nowhere near. This is 2016. You come back up to 2020. They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right? You just saw the 2016 numbers. And so patience is what's required here. And again, we heard the president repeatedly at the end of the campaign saying we should be able to count the votes on election night. That's it. I'm done. It's just not the way it works, which is why Sarah Murray, in the report saying the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just came out, explained the process. That's really the challenge now. for the election officials in these states where you have the slow count. We just got the Fairfax information. In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, transparency is going to be key in the hours ahead, because this is where, in this age of social media and everything else, this is where things start to fly around. The important thing is stay with the sources you trust, be patient. We're going to count them. We have eyes on them. It's all fine.
No rush. We'll take it easy.
Right.
We'll do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but take a look at this in Maine right now. 37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 51.3% to 45.5%. The second congressional district in Maine with one electoral vote, 33% of the vote is in. Trump is slightly ahead, 8,841 votes, 50.6% to 45%. Only a third of the vote is in Maine. The second congressional district in Montana right now, Biden is ahead but it's close, by about 1,300 votes, 49.2% to 48.1%. 20% of the vote in Montana is in. So we're watching those contests as well.
And so, again, very rarely does it happen, but every now and then, those one matter. You mentioned the Maine 2nd Congressional District. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to, 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that happens, but on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there, because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
John, we got another key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000 votes, 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before, where the Republican takes an early lead, but not all, and the Northern Virginia counties come in. And you see Fairfax County was at 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television. And then apparently it just happens right away. Pam talks about it, and in come the votes. So that's good. It's a good thing. I'll give you Pam's phone number later in the program. As you go through this, look, on a night like this, when people are nervous, when we do have counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you're watching all night long, you're wondering, why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this, and that puts Virginia back again. So you come back out, and you look at this map where we are right now, right? So now we're at 1147. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those? They're red right now, but it's just not contextual. It's real. The president leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country. Has anything changed? Right? Let me take this out. Has anything changed from 2016? No. Has anything changed from 2016? No, not yet. We're not done. We haven't called some of these states, but in terms of who's leading right now. And so the only thing on this map right now that's different is that, Arizona. And that's not called yet either, but it seems to be trending Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats. There's a Senate race out there as well, too. That was one. The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping there would be more than one. We're not done yet. There may well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, they have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. It's still close enough for those votes to make a difference. But the Democrats who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout are reconsidering that right now. Again, we haven't finished with these states. But if you were going to have a blowout, even when you're waiting for some votes to be counted, in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back, but you don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave. And that's going to matter, not just for the presidency, as we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures. The fact that there's a lot of red here is better news for Republicans. How good? We don't know yet. It takes a few days to sort through that. And so you come back to this map here right now. Again, Joe Biden now ahead in the popular vote. That's just a moral victory. It's a symbolic victory. If you start to stretch it out, then it does affect the Electoral College map. But if it's pretty close, as it is right now, then you're doing state by state, hand-to-hand combat of presidential politics. And that comes down. I just want to check this one again. We kept waiting. Was Ohio going to change? 88. Again, we're still waiting. I was just communicating with a very good, solid Republican vote counter in Ohio. Very confident that's going to stay for Trump. Not a Trump person, just a very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see. We'll see if she's right. But, you know, it sure looks that way. You come back here again. So you see this right now. You think, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. Let's just come. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride. Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be, again, if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some. But again, we're in the early chapter of this, and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here. Again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this is what matters most in terms of the vote count. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia. Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead. You see 75%. But to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia. Virginia goes for Biden. Biden beats Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 13 electoral votes go to Biden. Take a look at the Electoral College map count. Right now, Biden has crossed 200. He has 205 Electoral College votes right now. Trump has 114, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's take a look at some of the key race alerts right now. Arizona right now, look at this. 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden is ahead in Arizona by more than 207,000 votes, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back to John King right now. Arizona, 200,000 vote lead right now with that number of that percentage of vote in. That's pretty significant, John.
It is indeed. And so again, that's 2016. Let me come back to 2020, come through my time warp here and pull out Arizona. It is significant. Now, again, it's a flip, right? It would be a flip. It's a traditionally red state, so you're going to always be a little bit more cautious before you call it. And so we want to wait and see. But you're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead, 1.2 to 1. And again, this is the bread and butter of Arizona, 60% of the vote, Maricopa County. You see Joe Biden just shy of 800,000 votes right there, 54%. Let's just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. 702, the Democrat this time, 798. So 96,000 more votes, and we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they were 4 years ago. This would be a very important pickup for the Democrats if it continues to trend this way. And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. If you go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, the suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very important on a night where the other opportunities for the Democrats, at least as of now, do not seem to be bearing fruit. Florida's still red, Georgia's still red, North Carolina's still red, Ohio's still red. So if you're the Democrats and you're thinking, how do we take away, and I can walk over here and show you, how do we take away from Donald Trump's math? This is where we are right now with the states that have been projected. So this part is done. Nothing here is a surprise. So the question is, if you're Joe Biden, how do you get to 270? Well, that would help, right? 205 gets you up to 216. That would help. Doesn't get you all the way, but it helps. Not only does it help you go up, it takes it away from Donald Trump's 306. And so then you're looking at this map. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at this map, you assume this one's going to come your way. We're not done there yet, Minnesota. And you're looking around here, you assume most of Maine is going to come your way. Right now, President Trump was leading in that congressional district, so let's just take that away. I'm going to make the second congressional district a toss-up for now. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. I'll take it off as a toss-up. So you're at 229 and you're the Democrats. How do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. You're still leading in Iowa? No, you're not. You're not leading in Iowa anymore. You're going to get Hawaii when we go a little deeper into the night. That gets you up to 233. And so then, again, it sounds redundant, but you come here, and even those two, not enough. So you're looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You come to that. You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the math as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. A lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes. The presidential race still up in the air right now with crucial battlegrounds still too early to call, too close to call. Here's where the fight for electoral votes stands right now. Take a look at this. 205 electoral college votes for Biden right now. That's what Biden has right now. You need 270 to win. It's a very, very important race right now. Let's take a look at the key race alert right now. In Pennsylvania right now, 51% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump has 56.5% to 42.1% for Biden. He's got a lead of more than 500,000 votes right now, but 51% of the estimated vote is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump has a 105,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona. 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii, 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now, Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet. But that's how it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we'll end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise. And if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around. And again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right, where you expect that if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just let's take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden math, right, because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden starts at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume, we haven't called this yet, we assume that's going to go there, right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting. So any Democrat in Georgia is going to get mad at me right now. It's just a hypothetical. We're having a hypothetical right here. We expect the president will end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. So we got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then, where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2, and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side as you go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right? You get this, then you need one of these, right? If this one, let's just leave this one off the board. We think it's going to be the slowest to count, right? If we're waiting on that, bang, bang, 269. Then we're into the congressional districts, right? So then do you get that one? Do you get one of those? That would get Joe Biden there without Pennsylvania. If you flip it around and you're the president of the United States, you think, can you get this back? The polls looked iffy, but again, 259, 56, that's where we're in, okay? These are hypotheticals, but that's where we are. That's where it looks like we're going into the night with those 2 or 3 states out there, a couple of congressional districts in hand-to-hand combat.
We got a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Ohio. Beats Biden in Ohio, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. That's a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132. 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still ahead 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert and see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. That's 11 electoral votes in Arizona right there. 76%, John, of Arizona is now in.
And so, again, it's not there yet, but that would be the flip, right? We're looking at this map right now. We're starting to fill it in. Nothing has changed from 2016 as of now. So both campaigns sort of in their building blocks. This is where they figured you would be. Now, again, the Biden campaign was hoping, right? Hoping for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time, but a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. It doesn't look that way. We still have some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off. Take that off. Again, we're back here where we knew we would be. where we knew we would be. And the question is, what else can change the math, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your sheets, or that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school, even in the campaigns. They're sitting there with their paper, and they're going through this because you got one in the congressional district here, you got one here. The question for Maine, we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden can pick some up in Maine if you turn this off and come here. The question is, do you get them all? I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. Do you get them all, or do you just get, does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting math is now. And normally, in a big race, it doesn't come down to this, right? You're not worried about one congressional district there and one congressional district here. But we have the potential to be in that. Challenge for Biden now is make sure you hold Nevada, clinch Arizona, and flip it. And then you get into the, then we get into the math as we go later through the night. And the issue is going to be, keep checking in on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to find out how much more are we going to get tonight, how much more will we get in the middle of the night. I think in all three states, we're likely to be having a tomorrow conversation. And the question is, what else do we get? Do we get everything else? And then, so where's the math when we go into the weight on these? And that's the calculation back and forth. And guess what? If you go into tomorrow, just without a doubt, then you're talking about lawyers, contested fights, some of them perfectly normal, some of them perhaps outside of normal, because we've heard the President of the United States say repeatedly he thinks you should be able to finish counting an election tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The President signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later, let's just see.
And in all three of those battleground states, the so-called blue wall, so much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which were skewing Democratic.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have, Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple of votes for Biden. Let's bring it over here. And just to look, and again, at this point, to people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night, it's just important to keep saying this. If you look at this map, and you think it's after midnight, 56 to 42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at first glance, you think, wow. But then think about it. Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania, it is not going to be a 14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well, 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president, this is where the Trump magic is running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, but 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that's simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County, and that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. I'll look at the numbers there. 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done, right? You move down here, Chester County. Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is why we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. You're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now, we just haven't counted a lot of votes. There's just a ton of votes yet to be counted, which means we're not done. So you pull it out and you wait, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So it's just deceptive. It's all real. These are all votes, but that's just deceptive because it's not a contextual lead because we're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, count as quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit and the suburbs around it. This is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, Joe Biden, got 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make inroads here. Let's see if it stays red. But 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, we just know it's under the 2016 vote total. We know that turnout is up just about everywhere in this election. So it tells you it's real, it's a Trump lead, but it's an incomplete picture. Let's come to 2020 as we do that. It's a Trump lead, and it's a healthy lead, it looks like, but it's just incomplete. And it's significantly incomplete. And Wolf, it's the very same thing over in Wisconsin. You look at this as a Republican, it's closer here, but it's still 5 points when you look at it. 108,000 votes, but you come down here to Milwaukee, 128,000 votes right there. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton had 208,000 votes. Turnout was down in Milwaukee 4 years ago. I heard Bill Ware say earlier Democrats are worried about it this time, but it's not going to be this much down. You're not going to have 288,000. Look at the president. He was at 126,000 here, and you come up to 2020 here. He's at 80,000 and 128. It's just not a complete picture. There are a lot of votes to be counted. And so you want to know. It's past midnight. You want to know. We just have a long way to go. We have to count votes.
Let's be patient and we'll count the votes. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Idaho. Trump beats Biden in Idaho, wins 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now with that win. Trump now has 136 Electoral College votes. Biden has 205. 270, that's the magic number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. In Minnesota and Iowa. In Minnesota right now, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 217,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.9% to 44.1%. In Iowa right now, 84% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 95,000 vote lead over Biden, 52.2% to 45.9%. In Iowa, 2 more states. We're waiting for those states, John. So the counting continues.
The counting continues. And again, we mentioned Iowa. It was blue very early on. This is one of those states that this is a much longer shot. This is more of a Republican state. Some Democrats out there thought there's a Senate race out there as well. So Democrats thought make a run at it. But you look at that right now, again, 84%. We have a way to go in the count. But you just come in to Polk County. This is Des Moines, up to 95%, 57% to 41%. Just checking the vote totals to see turnout. 146,000 leading there, 119. So you see, even there, Joe Biden's numbers higher, turnout is up everywhere, but it doesn't appear to be enough as you walk it through. We'll just come through here and come out and look. You come over to the eastern part of the state, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. Democrats need a big turnout here. 70,000 votes, 92%. Just want to go back in time again to compare it. Hillary Clinton gets 58,000 votes. So Joe Biden is, in the places where the Democrats need to do well, Joe Biden is getting more votes, more because of higher turnout than Hillary Clinton. But just look. There's an interesting thing to look at this here, the so-called pivot counties. Just watch this map. This is Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2020, still a lot of red. If you go back in time, watch all the blue. This is Obama 2012, Obama 2008. Iowa has more of the so-called pivot counties than any state in the country. There are 31 counties in this state that voted twice for Barack Obama and Joe Biden. 31 counties, 31 of the 99 Iowa counties. Look at that. It changed in 2016, and it looks like if you do it here, we're not quite done with the 2020 count. It does look like Joe Biden maybe took a few of them back, but nowhere near. The bulk of them are right up in here. Nowhere near. Again, we're not done with the count here, but we're up to 84% there and a 98,000 vote lead. In Iowa, you pull it back out. There's a lot of red, but remember this red is incomplete.
Certainly is. We got a key race alert right now. In Arizona, look at this, 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very, very early. Only a few votes have been counted. Trump has a lead of about 2,700 votes, 78.7% to 18%. Less than 1% of the vote in Nevada is in. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. We'll watch Nevada closely. Arizona is a key battleground state, and Biden's doing well there, John.
That would be the first flip. It would be the first flip of a Trump 2016 state to a Biden state, and you pull it out again. 207,000 votes when you're up to 76%. Not impossible to overcome, but it gets hard at this point, especially when most of your votes are here. More than 60% of the vote will come out of Maricopa County, and it's a 10-point lead, just shy of a 10-point lead for Joe Biden. 805,000 votes in Maricopa County. Again, higher turnout this time. Number one, demographics favor the Democrats every day. Arizona gets more diverse, but also the suburban revolt. When you add all those up, 2016, Hillary Clinton gets 702,000 votes in Maricopa County, and the president wins it 4 years later, 100,000 more votes, 103,000 more votes for Joe Biden to carry Maricopa County. So you pull out and look at the rest of the state. You move up here. You look at Flagstaff, look at 66% there, up to 73%. You go back in time, 56%, so 10 points better.
We're just getting word, by the way, that Joe Biden is about to make a statement shortly from Wilmington, Delaware. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that, but go ahead.
Right, and so that's the challenge for these candidates tonight. We're waiting to see if the candidates would speak. Nobody can declare victory tonight because we don't know. We just don't know. And so the question is, what tone do you set? Again, there was some reporting during the week that perhaps the president would come out if he saw this and say, it's past midnight, election day's over, I'm ahead. He hasn't done that, and that's good. That's good because that's not the way it works. So I assume Joe Biden's going to say, we're counting votes. Let's continue. Let's respect the process, and we go forward here. And you come up, you just say, you think, you just got to count the votes because this is all incomplete right here. And again, you walk through it, 66%, but a lot of Democratic votes missing, 50%, a lot of Democratic votes missing. You just walk through it as you go through here, 57%, almost nothing, or at least up to 40% now in Philadelphia, but a ton to count, 53% here. 55% here. So more votes starting to come in slowly in that area here in Pennsylvania. But if you're Joe Biden, number one, you're nervous. You're nervous. The map is not what you thought it was going to be as you come through. But number two, you also know that we're nowhere close to being done right here. And if those turn around, then you're back in a better place.
Yeah, those are 3 critically important states right now. They're watching closely. It'll be interesting to see what Biden actually has to say at a sensitive moment like this.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus toward Trump is so deep among the Democrats that they just thought, and the polls, they look at the national polls, and again, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up. Joe Biden has pulled ahead in the popular vote, and we'll see where it ends up. But they looked at the national polls, they looked at some of those other polls, and they thought, okay, this will not happen to us again. The flip side is there are a lot of Democrats who said, oh, is this going to happen to us again? So what does Joe Biden have to do? He has to say, let's wait and let's count, which is the right thing to say, whether you're Joe Biden or the president. However, if you're looking at this map now, again, if you come back, this is where we are right now. And Nevada, a Clinton state, we'll see what happens. We're still counting. Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but Democrats thought, that would just be game over. That would be game changer, game ended. All right? That one we've projected. That's not going to happen. We haven't finished with that one yet, or finished with this one yet. But those were states where Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path. You get this one, you absolutely block Trump's path. Didn't happen. We're not done here either. It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted. But again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The whole Republican strategy will get you on Election Day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So the rest of them will come here. Congressional district here, perhaps. Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight. And it seems increasingly, it's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert. In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in. As you move over here, let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 56, 186,000. Come back and look at it here. 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, they were still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls closed. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if it's Fulton County's going to wait. So you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? It's a slow count. And so, again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. There's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand that everybody be patient and wait and count the votes. There's a raw history in Georgia on this issue, in many states on this issue, but especially right here. And again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. But we're not done counting, so let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's second congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the second congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the second congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute, but it gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the second district last time. You think he's, it looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The 2nd congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you, Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the President of the United States he won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, the president has a narrow lead here right now. So for Republicans watching me do this, they're going to be offended. Just if it comes back that way, for the math for Joe Biden hypothetically. And if you come in here and you can get the 2nd congressional district here. So you take 2 away from the president. Normally you would think 2. Why is that a big deal? Well, it can be a big deal. It can be a big deal. If you're looking, again, if you get Nevada and you get Arizona, and so then you're at 293. We have Rhode Island done here on the map here. So then you're looking, so where do you go? You can do it from here, and Joe Biden can win the presidency without Pennsylvania. California, but we got Texas to add and Florida to add as we get a little bit later into the night, or now we're into the morning. I'm going to call it the night. Election night lasts until it's over. Then Trump's going to catch up. When you put Texas and Florida in, then you're going to match it up if they hold that way, and then it gets interesting. And again, very rare do you come down to 1 here and 1 there, but it's possible, which is why you compete for them.
That's what happens. They're counting the votes, and they're counting the votes relatively slowly in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right, and so that's the map. This is the map here, and again, if you're watching at home and you remember 2016, if you're a Democrat, this frightens you. If you're a Republican, it overjoys you. And we just need to keep saying, and you can get mad at us, you can get mad at the coronavirus, you can get mad at local election officials, you can get mad at anybody you want, but it's simply the way the process works, especially when you have mail-in voting, in-person early voting, and the election day surge. And these election officials around the country, especially in these states where turnout went up, they're overwhelmed, right? There's not a lot of them. Many of them are volunteers. And so they're going to take their time, and they're going to count the votes, and we're going to watch. And you see here, 666,000 votes. Normally, you're after midnight, you're into Wednesday morning. In a big state like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you'd look at that and you'd think, wow, except. And again, we'll go west to east again. We're still at 17% in Allegheny County, 17% in a giant basket of Democratic votes in western Pennsylvania. So we need to wait. More importantly, nothing against the people of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. There's just more votes here. Philadelphia County, we're up to 43%, 264,000. So you think you're starting to count them up here. You are getting more Democratic votes here. But again, Hillary Clinton had 584,000. So if you think about that Trump statewide lead, a giant jump in the vote here, if it stays Democratic, as it is right now, the question is, do the margins change at all the percentages there? But Joe Biden there, then you'll come up to Montgomery County again. Joe Biden at 61%. At 196, Hillary Clinton got 256. So are there 60,000 more votes there for Joe Biden? If turnout's higher, are there more votes than that there for Joe Biden? That's why we have to wait for them to count the votes. And you keep moving around the suburban caller. Again, Chester County, Hillary Clinton gets 141 to win it with 52. Right now, Trump, that's interesting, right? If that holds up, that would be a big deal. Again, that's unexpected, but we'll see what happens. If President Trump's running stronger in the Philadelphia suburbs, that would be a big deal. But again, we're waiting on a lot of votes. You see 107,000 right there, 141 to win it 4 years ago. So we're just not, we know turnout is up this year. So turnout's going to be at least even, and in most of these places higher than it was 4 years ago. When you see these numbers, you just have to say, let's be patient. And again, if you're a Democrat, you're nervous to a degree. There are other reasons where you look around this way. If you look in these places where the president's running it up big, it's 100%. It's 100%.
That's 2016.
That's 2016. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. It's 95%. I was in here earlier and they were up high. It's 95%. it's 99%. That's going over, 99%. And so in the places where the president is running up big, a lot of the votes have been counted. And so that's why if you're a Democrat, look, you don't like this map when you're looking at it, but you do know what we're missing starting right here. The vote that's outstanding, the biggest baskets of votes that are outstanding are Philadelphia, the suburbs, and then out in Pittsburgh, the blue spots, the spots that tend to be blue on the map of Philadelphia. That's where we know we are slow counting the vote. And again, this has been a complaint from the president in the final days of the campaign. He was railing on the governor. He was railing on the city of Philadelphia. He has been quiet tonight, at least to the best of my knowledge, which is a good thing. Let's let them count the votes. There are people from both campaigns watching in all of these key counties. If anything goes on, they will raise their hand, but it's going to take time.
Let's get an update on Michigan.
Sure. Let's go. Pull out here. Come back in. It is still red. We're up to 53%. Again, you're coming down here. This is just to give you a look at the map. There's 2020. There's 2016. Looks pretty similar. And so you're looking at why is the difference? Why is the president up by 294,000 votes? And again, you're looking at these states and you're wondering what the issue is. Michigan was 10,700 votes 4 years ago. Okay, we expect it to be close again this time. Joe Biden had a decent lead in the polls, but no matter who wins Michigan in 2020, it's unlikely to be by 300,000 votes or 290,000 votes. So that tells you the picture we have right now is incomplete. And it's incomplete because I'm going to start over here, and you just start coming across 65% in here, 95,000 votes. This is to the southwest of Detroit. You just go back, it was 128,000. That may not seem like a lot, but that's 30,000 votes, right? That's 30,000 vote difference here, 2016 to 2020. Then you move over to the biggest of all, about 20%, 18, 19% of the statewide vote will be here in Wayne County. It's up a little bit from where we were before, 55 to 42, 164,000 votes for Joe Biden. Again, Hillary Clinton had 519,000 votes, and Democrats hoped turnout would be higher there. This time, it's just a lot of counting to do.
Let's check in with David Chalian. He's got an update on Michigan. What are you finding out, David?
Yeah, this is the state of play in Michigan right now. Donald Trump currently in the lead here, and 54% of the estimated vote is in Michigan right now. But here's what we understand about the early vote. Of that 54% of the vote that's in, 20% of the current vote is early vote. And we think that's going to go much, much higher. We think when all the votes are counted, 55%, a majority of the vote in Michigan, we expect to be early vote. And Joe Biden is doing much better than Donald Trump in that early vote. And you see there's much more early vote to come in. So there is the potential, not guaranteed, there is the potential for Joe Biden to narrow that gap with Donald Trump in Michigan as more and more early vote gets counted. Wolf?
Thank you. It's very clear. We saw that huge swing in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead, and all of a sudden Biden wins Virginia.
Right, and so you're taking Fairfax County in Virginia is not quite the size of Wayne County in Detroit here as you come back in. There's just a lot of votes. And David makes the key point. We saw this in the data all week long. Democrats disproportionately voted early. So if the votes that haven't been counted are early votes, we have to count them to be certain. But everything we know tells us Joe Biden has a very significant advantage, especially in Democratic areas where he's going to have an advantage anyway. The early vote comes in there. So we have to wait. We just simply have to wait. 30% is not enough. Wayne County is the most important. And again, we went through this in 2016. Late in the night in 2016, remember, I kept being asked, is there any possibility? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? Are there more votes for Hillary Clinton? We kept talking to people in Wayne County until we got up to the finish line in 2016. She got 519,000 votes, and it was not enough. It was not enough, but it's just implausible. It is implausible. She gets 519,000 votes 4 years ago. We are not anywhere close to done the night with the Democratic with 164,000 votes. We're just not. And so everybody has to be patient and wait it out. You can be frustrated at the count if you want to be. If that's up to you, that's your right, but it just takes time to do this. And again, move over. Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, used to be more Republican, trending Democratic. You see that they say about 70%, 68% of the estimated vote. And again, you're waiting for more votes to be counted. Joe Biden with a 53 to 45, but 284,000 votes. Hillary Clinton had 343,000 votes. So you just do this math at home. There's a lot more votes potential. We have to see them and count them. But there's just a lot more potential for Joe Biden to get more votes out there. You move over here. This is interesting, Macomb County. And this will be interesting if the president holds this. But again, if we're waiting for early votes, that's the question, right? A lot of union workers here. Joe Biden tried hard here. this would be an interesting number if the president can hold it, because when he won Macomb County 4 years ago, it was by a lot more narrow margin, 53 to 42. But again, the president won this county with 224,000 votes and change 4 years ago. He is leading this county now with 152,000 votes. It just tells you, no matter where you look, we know turnout is up this year. I'm just going to move over here. St. Clair here. We know turnout is up this year, Wolf, so we just know there are a lot of votes missing. We need to count them, and we need to be patient.
Let's do a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead. He's ahead by some 664,000 votes right now. Very impressive. 61% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 56.9%. Biden has 41.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. You know, it's 61% of the vote is in, so there's still plenty of opportunity for Biden to try to catch up.
Yeah, so you say 61% of the vote is in, you see a lead like that, and you would think your first instinct is that's insurmountable. But then you have to remember, what are we missing? That's key, and it's different this year. Philadelphia is always a little slow. The big urban areas are traditionally sometimes slower than the smaller counties. But so what's missing, right? So you just go through again. I'm going to go through some of these counties where the president does quite well. 84% is in here in Blair County. 93% is in Cambria County. You move over here, Indiana County. What do we have? 69% of the vote in there. So you pull it back out. That doesn't mean there's not more votes for the president to make up in these rural counties, but you have a much higher percentage in than when you come over to the Democratic counties. In Allegheny here, you see 18%. And again, Joe Biden leading, 79% of the vote, 109,000 votes. The president only has 27,000, almost 28,000 votes in Allegheny County. You go back in time. The president has 27, just shy of 29,000 votes in Allegheny County right now. He lost the county last time. He got 259,000 votes. It just tells you everything you need to know. There's a ton of votes still to be counted in Pennsylvania. It can be frustrating, but it's where we are, and we just need to wait it out.
We have another projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota. Biden beats Trump in Minnesota, wins 10 electoral votes in the state of Minnesota. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. With that win in Minnesota, Biden now has 215 Electoral College votes. Trump has 136, 270, of course, being the number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. In Arizona, a key battleground state, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump in Arizona, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, it's very, very early. Less than 1% of the vote is in, but Trump has a lead of 8,700 votes, 74.6% to 22.2%. So let's take a look at where things stand right now in the Electoral College. It's impressive for Biden, 215 to 136, but there's still several states out there where Trump will do very well.
Right, and this has been, Hillary Clinton lived this. Hillary Clinton lived this, I can show you, 4 years ago. You can get close, but not get there, right? Hillary Clinton got to 232. So you see Joe Biden at 215 now, and you think, okay, we're getting close to the finish line, and we're closer than him to the finish line right now. That's a fact of where we are in the state of play. Again, things can change. Everything is subject to change. But where we are right now, it looks like that stays red. It looks like that stays red. We'd have that one red. That's possible to stay red. So we see right there. So right there, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, unless we get some late returns that change the trajectory of those. And they're not done yet. That's why they're light red. They're not done yet. But if they stay that way, then all of a sudden you're in that. And then we're just going through, it, right? We're just going to go through. We expect this one is going to be blue. We expect this one is going to be red. Right? We expect this one, it's close, but let's just lean that one red for now and see. You just mentioned that the president's leading in the early returns in Nevada. That would be a surprise. That would be a surprise, Bob. So I'm going to leave it alone for now. Joe Biden is leading right now in Arizona. We're not done yet. We're still counting votes. I'm going to leave Nevada alone. We'll just let the process play out a little bit. The Democrats certainly expect that. This is a Trump state that it looks like Biden is going to flip. That's a Clinton state. That would be a big deal. President Trump, so far, has not taken anything away from the Clinton map. So that's Joe Biden's foundation, that 232. That hasn't happened yet. But we'll just watch Nevada as it plays out. So then, again, you're in this place now where we're waiting on here. It looks like we might have to wait till tomorrow, especially the metro Atlanta area. A lot of votes still out. President has a healthy lead right now, but there's a lot missing. And this is the story of 2020. Patience, let them count the votes. If we have to wait till Wednesday or Thursday to know who our president is, it's frustrating, but it's the way it's going to be. And so you're looking more through this. Again, I'm just going to say, this one looks like it's going to go this way. We're not sure about that yet. That's 230, 230. Here we go. This is where we are right now. You're in a very, very competitive race now. And so, where does Georgia go? We don't have Rhode Island in on this map. I think we should be getting that one pretty soon. So I'm just going to move Rhode Island in. I'm going to see if I can get my finger in. That gets you to 234, 230. And then you're in a slugfest, essentially. And if, let's assume for the sake of argument here, that Nevada comes back, we're going to watch it. I'm not trying to anger Republicans out there. If the president can pull that off, that would be a big deal if he can switch that back. That would get Joe Biden at 240. The president would be at 230. And so then what are you waiting on? You're waiting on Maine. We expect the Democrats to get most of these. Maybe the president, I'm going to take away for toss-up purposes the 2nd Congressional District. And so here's where we go. It looks like we're going to be tight wolf, and we're going to walk these through.
We have a major projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Florida. A big win for President Trump in Florida. 29 electoral votes go to Donald Trump over Biden. That's a big win. Take a look at where things stand right now in the race to 270 needed to win. Biden still has 215 electoral college votes. Trump now has 165 electoral college votes. He just won Florida. That's a big, big win for the president of the United States. Democrats were hoping there could be some sort of upset in Florida. Not happening.
Right. And so we entered the night with the possibility of a big statement election where the Democrats flip several Trump states. Florida was one they had. Not going to happen. Texas was on their chart. Doesn't look like it. We still have votes to count. We're going to be patient, but doesn't look like it. North Carolina, cliffhanger, closer than it was perhaps, but it doesn't look like either. So that's where. So the statement election, the big blue wave, appears to be out the window. Again, we have some places where it's still going to count. The one thing that looks like it might flip is Arizona. We're not done there yet, but it looks that way. So if you look at it from the perspective of the Trump map, all right, so what did he just do? He just kept that. That's what he has to do. He won last time, right? He won. He needs to protect as much of this as he can. We think, again, we're not done yet. Let me turn this off and come here. We think that might change. Right now, that's the only change we have on the map, if it plays out that way. We're not done there. I think we'll get there relatively soon, though. Arizona looks good. That would be the only change on the map so far. And so you're coming out here. And again, I'm just going to take these away.
Hold on a second. I want to go to Jake. Jake, what's going on?
We're expecting Joe Biden to come out and make some public remarks at his drive-in amphitheater there in Wilmington, Delaware. Here he is, I believe. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till we believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota. And we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
All right. Former Vice President Joe and former Second Lady Jill Biden thanking supporters for their patience, talking about how they think it's going to take a little while, but they still feel confident about what's going to happen in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Patience, former Vice President. Patience, Dana. And he said he's been saying that for a long time, and that's true. He has been saying that it's going to take a long time to count the votes because of the pandemic and all the vote by mail.
It's absolutely true. And he was going through the states saying basically what we have been looking at as the night has gone on. We can leave Georgia out of it right now, but Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that.
No, that those states are likely to take longer because the early vote is going to take a bit longer to count there. And the fact that he has come out, frankly, before Donald Trump did is maybe not something that anybody predicted, considering the fact that the president was going on and on about the fact that he doesn't think that votes should be counted after Election Day, which we should say over and over again is not the way it works.
And it's not going to happen. The votes are going to be counted.
It already is after Election Day, by the way.
It is November 4th, and the votes are going to be counted. But I do think both campaigns right now are kind of feeling similarly about where we are with the map, which is that it's pretty wide open. We don't have enough information to know which direction this is going to go. We do know, though, based on what Joe Biden just said, that they still think that their best path is through that upper Midwestern region. They still are waiting for those states that are going to take longer to count. And frankly, Donald Trump is doing exactly the same thing. We're waiting on Arizona, we're waiting on Georgia, but it's still going to come down to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Let's go to Jim Acosta right now for an update on where he where the president's team thinks they are. Jim?
Yeah, Jay, and we should just point out the president just tweeted a few moments ago that he will be making a statement tonight. He is describing his performance in the 2020 election as a big win. He also says we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Of course, the president there saying, misspelling the word polls, misuse of that word there. But the other thing we should point out, as we were reporting, we were expecting the president to perhaps try to declare victory on election night when he doesn't have victory at hand. And that appears to be what the president is on the verge of doing. I talked to a Trump advisor not too long ago who said now that Joe Biden has gone out and said what he has said, we should expect the president to come out and essentially say the same thing, that they feel like they're going to win this election. So we should be hearing from the president within the next hour or so, essentially saying the same thing, that they believe they have won this election. But I will tell you, there is great distress inside the Trump campaign right now. I talked to a couple advisors just a short time ago. They are very upset that one of the other networks has called Arizona for Joe Biden. They have been trying to convince the other networks to not call Arizona for Joe Biden. They're worried that if Arizona goes to Joe Biden, that their path to victory then narrows. As one advisor said to me, if we lose Arizona, we have to win Wisconsin. That's because at this point, they don't believe they'll win Michigan. And so, you know, you get a sense of some of the desperation inside the Trump campaign. A lot of them are very confident. They still think the president will pull it out. And obviously, the president is tweeting that he's very confident. He thinks he's going to win tonight. But certainly some anxiety inside the campaign right now, especially about Arizona right now, Jake.
All right, Jim, thanks so much. The fact that the president misspelled polls is just chef's kiss. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, the fact that no one's trying to steal the election, counting votes is how this works. And the idea that the president immediately says that is just factually incorrect. That said, they are also trying to make the exact opposite argument in Arizona because, as Jim noted, a different network called Arizona for Biden. We have not, and most networks have not. The governor of Arizona came out, a Republican, Governor Ducey, and said, count all the votes. That's the argument that the Trump campaign is making when it comes to Arizona. It should be the argument they're making for every state.
I can't believe you're looking for consistency.
Count all the votes. But let me just give one other insight as to why Vice President Biden was projecting optimism. And again, I have no idea how this is going to end. Certainly, either candidate could win. But the perspective of the Biden team is, remember how Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days. Screenshots of it, of people projecting a Biden victory, even though Trump was ahead a lot. And I've heard from Biden campaign people who have said, Virginia is how we see what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and those three states, in the sense that it looked like Trump was ahead, and then the major population centers, Richmond and Fairfax County in Northern Virginia, they started sending in their votes, and then it wasn't close. And then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's what the Biden people think is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know that they're right.
I will just add Georgia. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia probably until tomorrow, or I guess it is tomorrow, until later today, because we don't know.